S.W.Frost is now live streaming. Need for speed heat tie no art offers. Please RD shift of the RD week XD.
Acceptance, and I am no fool. Let the masses chatter their empty praises. They're ignorant of the truth, blind to my vision. Is it not magnificent? This blessing for those who dare seize it. This key to a new paradigm, a new world. This moment to silence
Kata,
fools forever.
Welcome to my channel.
This
Kumara,
is
welcome to my channel.
Gdje si komuština? Gdje si kume šta ima? закон случил.
Prioritize you in your relationship, but they would happily put you in your relationship at a disadvantageous position where you would likely get disrespected, all for the sake of their own personal, selfish, momentary pleasure. But look, if you see a girl like that and you decide to get into a relationship with her, just don't be surprised if it blows up in your face. In my opinion, recreational purposes only.
Yeah, boy.
What is 6.9? A good thing ruined by a period.
Okay, I gotta admit, that was humorous.
You can like to party and still be a good mom. So I feel like it's I think it's very dangerous territory to start saying, well, you're either a mom or you like to go and party, because I think she's young. What we have fought for as feminists is you can do and be it all.
Do you hear how she's saying you can do both and everyone's cheering and clapping around all the women? Here's the problem. Kids grow up and they look back on their childhood, and all those women clapping on this crazy lady are not going to have to deal with the consequences of your kids hating you because you were partying instead of being a mother.
This is women today. You know, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't want to think about consequences. I'm not going to make any choices. Don't make me make any sacrifices. Fuck you if you suggest anything different. Look, I know that Pearl has lost a lot of credibility lately. I'm probably going to use her clips from time to time just to prove a point. But here I'm going to focus on something different from what she was talking about. The fact that that lady was saying how it's dangerous to suggest, that we need to make a choice here. Like, how is this a difficult choice? How is it dangerous? You know, like, you're not a fucking child. How do you not understand that you can't have it all? You need to make choices and sacrifices as a normal functioning adult. You know, and it is so fucking telling to hear her say that, you know, as feminists we fought to be able to have it all and do everything. But you can't have it all and do it. You're not a fucking multi-billionaire. You need to make choices and sacrifices in life. How do you not understand that? How is this a difficult choice? Maybe if you want to get fucked up all the time, don't have a kid. You know what I mean? Like, what, do you want to be hungover and drunk every morning when your kid goes to school? Is that something you have to have? That's why you can't make the choice? I don't understand it. And the fact that the crowd is cheering so loudly in the background is a fucking bad sign too. They get the crowds cheering like this, or they get feedback on their socials, and they really think they're fucking right about this shit. But look, don't waste your time on women like this who cannot make simple adult choices. There are women out there. Now, it may be harder to find them these days, but there are women out there who have healthy hobbies that don't involve them going out every night and getting fucked up and putting your relationship at risk. And these women are much more worthy of your energy.
Oh, I like that.
Love people for who they are, but place them where they belong. It is your life. Choose wisely.
Now listen! That's called motherfucking bars.
I'm going with the boys today. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't email me. Don't even think about me. You got that understood?
Go, have fun.
That's a W. Let's eat one. Let's eat one. That's a W.
It ain't a destination, bro. Like, it's the journey for real. Back then, I was thinking about the future or the past instead of living in the moment. And I can say today, like, looking back at that time, I thought it was, like, depressing and sad. I thought it was that. But, you know what I'm saying? Looking back at it now, like, this probably worse than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that probably was the most fun chasing this shit. You know what I'm saying? So, it's like, nah, nigga, here. And it's like, different battles, bro. Like, the shit just changed. And just balancing it all, just like, damn. Life just keep going. Life real. I'm just keep going. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, life just keeps going. You know, there's no fucking finish line here, you know, aside from death. It's kind of like going to the gym. You know, you go to the gym every day with a goal in mind, and it's not like all of a sudden you're going to reach peak physicality one day and then you don't have to go anymore. You reach your goal. That's not the way it works. You got to keep going, and sometimes it fucking sucks. So you got to figure out some way to enjoy it no matter what. So, you know, celebrate your small victories. Enjoy the small stuff, because the journey, that's the thing.
My man.
Life is not easy. It is not. Don't try to make it that way. Life's not fair. It never was. It isn't now, and it won't ever be. Do not fall into the trap, the entitlement trap, of feeling like you're a victim. You are not. Get over it and get on with it.
Krelo bude.
Welcome to my channel.
Oh. Feels good man is long username. Well, it is really.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Max Torque. That looks really powerful. Level 27.
Bajira on Asmongold negativity.
Say good things in the beginning, and then start to make negative content like as soon as the launch hype fades a little bit, you immediately start shitting on the game because negative content generates more views.
Yep.
Right. So Asmongold made a post, a rant. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but of course, yeah. Asmon does his thing, makes big sort of flashy negative thumbnails to get the most views possible, which in turn has a negative impact on players' impression of the game. Even in the video, he like loves the game and is saying good things about it. That thumbnail alone, the title alone, will influence millions
sorry you
of
had to
players
see that
saying,
earlier.
well, this game's really going downhill. I saw an Asmongold video title that said, the problem that's killing Lost Ark or whatever, right? You gotta be careful about that. Not saying anything bad about Asmongold. That's just the game, right? Hype in the beginning, doom and gloom immediately upon the first hint of the hype fading. Doom and gloom from then on out. Even though Asmongold probably plays that game 18 hours a day. You know what I mean?
Only 18. Number one, I love Bajira. I like Bajira. I don't want to see anybody shooting on Bajira.
See you there.
So,
think, well, this game's really going downhill. I saw an Asmongold video title that said, the problem that's killing Lost Ark or whatever.
Just a friendly reminder, we got some unfinished business.
however, this is not a good chart. So people can be unhappy with the way that I cover videos and I cover games, but there's a lot of people saying that I'm being negative, but nobody here is saying that I'm wrong. people stopped playing the game. That's why finally they're picking shit up and they're improving Lost Ark again. They are. They're starting to improve it again. And do you know why? It's because people stopped playing. Good title, I just let them do it, and that's it, right? I mean, I don't want to deal with it. That's the main thing, right? And so like with WoW, there's been a lot of conversation lately. I saw this actually with Belluar, and this is the main thing. Like you're saying, I'm being negative about the game. I think really, I mean, this is the way that most people play video games, right? It's that they'll play the game and they'll be very excited for it for a period of time. And then after that period of time is over, they're no longer excited about it because they've already experienced the game. And now they're starting to see the problems in the game. So like really, whenever Bajir is explaining this, what he's really explaining is like, this is just simply the lifespan and the life cycle of a video game in the average person, right? He's talking about content creators though. Well, wouldn't it make sense that content creators would make content that's the same as other people, because content creators are also people? So like most people go into games, right? And like, yeah, you have the honeymoon phase, everything is great. Like I thought Shadowlands was good at the beginning, and I think I was right. It was really fun. And the problem really was that nothing changed for so long. So it's like, in a lot of cases, I'm not even wrong for being excited at the beginning and disappointed at the end. I think it's just the truth. Being positive and then mostly negative is different than having a balanced take. Well, I think that people that are... everybody always criticizes me for being negative or whatever, but nobody actually picks out the thing that I say that's wrong. And that's like, if I say something that's wrong, like, pick it out, clip it, talk about it, be like, you said this is fucking wrong, you're not right, and this is why. You said thumbnails are the problem? Oh yeah, I get that. I understand that. People, I don't agree with the thumbnails argument though. I actually don't. And so I can provide a couple of examples of why I think that it's inaccurate. So the first example of why I think that it's inaccurate is the thumbnail and the video title that I used for Sepulchre of the First Ones. So in Sepulchre of the First Ones, I had the title of the video, World of Warcraft's new raid is so bad, Asmongold quits. A lot of people were very unhappy about this title, like people in the WoW community, Max, I remember Max was unhappy about it. I don't remember a lot of other people, like, I mean, again, I'm not taking it personally. And so they were like, well, it's not really the raid that's bad. It's like your group that was bad. And so, and it's like, why are you shitting on the raid? You hardly even did the raid. And so, like, I had a conversation with my editors, and like, there was a part of me that's like, well, I don't want to change it because fuck them. Like, they're not going to tell me what to do. But then I thought about it more, and it's like, yeah, it's not really the raid. It's like, just, it was more about like Alliance being like really underpopulated at the time. And like, we couldn't really field a good group of people to play with. So we ended up not really doing much in the raid. And so we changed the title. So I think that's an example of a title and a thumbnail being inaccurate to an extent that people were unhappy about it. And this was reflected in the comments, and it was reflected in the likes and dislike ratio in the video, right? So you have to post the dumbest titles, keep lowest common denominator to watch it. Well, the difference is not, it's not just that, right? It's that the lowest common denominator, you can say whatever you want with it, but the truth is that I was right. Like, you cut out all the bullshit, and Sepulchre of the First Ones was the worst raid they've made. If you look at completion rates, and you look at the amount of time that people invested into that raid, I was right. On the first day, I was right. Everybody else got mad at me. They said, you don't deserve to say this because you didn't complete the raid. That's fine. But I was right. Because it was so bad, it caused Blizzard to completely rethink the way they did World First and the way that they did Mythic. And they basically went out and said they're never going to make another raid like Sepulchre of the First Ones ever again. So even whenever everybody collectively agreed that I was wrong with this, and I changed because I said, I don't think this is entirely fair. We'll have to play out and see what it's like, right? Because at the time, Mythic had not come out. but I thought the raid was just bad, you know, in general. But okay, fine. I changed the title. And so the one time that people did have a specific example of me being wrong, and I was just like, whatever, I'll change it, I ended up being right. That's why nobody cleared Sepulchre. That's why tons of raiding guilds quit Sepulchre. I feel like you've been overly negative on topics, like going hard. I don't know about that. I think I've been positive about a number of things. I've been positive about, I was positive about Lies of P, especially coming out. Like, I was even positive with, like, that one criticism video that I had watched. I was positive with No Man's Sky. I was positive with Armored Core. I was positive with New World. Yeah, sure. Yeah, what's up, man?
Yo,
Hey.
dude, I love this conversation because I agree with you and what you're saying. Because a lot of times, if you watch the content,
yeah,
this is why they get upset. This is why they get upset. If you watch the content and you see the context, it's like, okay, yeah, what you're saying makes sense, and it's not actually what the title is saying.
Yeah.
But you have to have the title that way because YouTube is bullshit. And you've got two algorithms. You've got the mathematical YouTube algorithm, and then you got the social algorithm that you're working against. So you got to get people to click on it in the first place. You know?
Well, yeah.
So,
I mean, like, but it's also like I give my editors full autonomy to do whatever they want. Like, they can make videos that make me look bad, and I'm completely okay with it. I mean, obviously, I'm sure there's a line, but like, we've never even gotten to that line. So it's like, how am I going to get mad about that? And also, like, if you look at TikTok, I didn't know this, but like, I get over like 1 million, 2 million views a day on TikTok. I don't even have a TikTok.
You're really popular with that audience.
Yeah, I don't know why, but like, I don't do any of that. I don't make any of that. So like, if somebody makes a video of me talking about something on TikTok, I didn't do that. And I didn't license that. They're just explaining it in this way.
Right. Well, like, what I'm saying here is the reason why, like, other people get mad, like, I think a lot of other content creators, is because they might not watch the video, and they just see the title, and they're like, okay, well, now people are going to think this. Now,
yeah,
they're not wrong completely, because people are dumb, and they do read a title, and they do look at a thumbnail, and then they're like, yeah, they don't even watch the video. Yeah. Or they don't even care about it. You know what I mean? But that's what I think they're getting upset about, is because they're like, oh, well, like, Asmon has this big audience, that's then, like, if it's negative, like, if it's negative, it's going to be more popular. But that's what I think they get upset about.
I don't think that negative content is more popular. So, like, for example, the video about No Man's Sky that I did yesterday has 300,000 views. It's my third most watched video of the day, of that day at least, right? And it's a positive video. So the truth is actually that positive or negative content does not get more views intrinsically, but negative content has a tendency to, because people
I think it's easier to do.
Well, it's not that it's easier to do, it's that whenever you're providing feedback onto something, an individual is, I think, 7 or 9 times more likely, this is like a statistical, like, fucking studied thing, to provide negative feedback than positive feedback. So people are going to seek out things that are negative more often, but that doesn't mean that those things that are negative are wrong. And it also doesn't mean that being negative will inherently get you more viewers. Like, for example, if I go and I start shitting on No Man's Sky, or I say something bad about Baldur's Gate, or I say something bad about Classic WoW, I've said bad things about Classic WoW Hardcore, and I've even criticized different things in new games, right? Like, for example, this new Lies of P game. There's a couple of mechanics in the game I don't really like very much, and people are not happy that I criticize those mechanics because they think they're fine. So, in all of those cases, those are instances of me providing positive coverage that reflects and reinforces the views of people that they already have. Because people don't watch content to have their mind changed. They watch content to be told that they're right.
Yeah, they want to feel validated in whatever they think.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Well, what I'm saying is specifically with how YouTube works, right? Like, there's two algorithms. There's the social algorithm, and there's the YouTube algorithm. So do you, based on what you were saying, do you think people will engage more with negative content because they're more likely to give negative feedback, right?
I think it's a very interesting conversation. Number one, Dorky, thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it, man. I think I saw a clip actually of you talking about the add-ons thing, and might get around to that today. And what's up, man? So yes, to answer your question, absolutely. Now, why does negative content generate more controversy? It's very simple. It's because algorithms on social media prioritize engagement, and negativity solicits engagement at a higher ratio than positivity does. So whenever you have a negative comment, it's going to, or negative video or something negative, especially this is very common on Twitter, where you can see like a tweet that has like 4,000 likes and it has like 10 million views, but it's because it's got fucking like 1 million people quote retweeting it talking about how stupid the person is. So
Right.
I think that's a big reason too. It's the way that social media algorithms are designed. But I think the
Right.
biggest thing, to be honest, is straight up, people like to hear what they already know. So whenever I talk about, and like if you scroll down and you look at this stuff, I like this Cyberpunk, for example. This is the new Cyberpunk. This I did this 3 days ago. It has 400,000 views. That's a lot of views, right? And this video is just me watching a trailer and being completely positive and saying, I think I might try out Cyberpunk with the new patch. So like again, and why is that video popular? Because I am saying the thing that people want to hear.
Yeah, I think that's that is a big part of it. But like, I mean, going back to that negativity though, I mean, look at like the 2 Unity videos, which are way longer, and usually longer videos don't perform as well because of how it's pushed and watch time and retention percentages, stuff like that.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The Unity thing was really bad, but if you can tap...
But also, to your point,
yeah,
that is something that people believe. People believe that it's really bad.
Yeah, everybody is universally in agreement that the Unity thing is bad. And like, for example, the esports video that I did, this was 2 days ago. It only has 250,000 views, 247, and it's 30 minutes long. So there's plenty of videos, and like that's a great amount of views. Like I'm not complaining at all, but like it's a lot lower than the Unity ones, right? I'm just comparing them to other things. And this is another example, and again, it's also about the game. Like Blue Protocol, nobody really gives a fuck about Blue Protocol right now. So I make a negative video about Blue Protocol where I watch a video about it, and it only has 145,000.
Yeah.
So it's just like
well, it's all algorithm. Like it's the specificity of like people specifically looking for Blue Protocol stuff, right?
Yeah.
Versus randomly getting a push to video. Maybe I've seen an Asmongold video and then I got the Asmongold YouTube virus, right?
It's a great thing to have.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you see like what with Asmongold's face, and you're like, oh yeah, what Asmongold? Hell yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
And like, being positive about, like, for example, Unreal 5.3 came out, and I watched like a video like talking about all the new stuff. This has over.
Oh, dude, that was so sick.
It was
dude,
fucking
that
crazy,
video's
dude.
so sick, dude.
I know, like he makes such good ones, and like the thing is, like I cover every single one of these, and I'm super positive about the entire thing.
HVDES.
And like it's the same thing with New World. I'm
to
super
my
positive about it. I'm super positive about it, or he's probably positive about the Thamine stuff that's being added into Lost Ark. So like whenever you have so many examples that I think if you were to graph this, I think that you could probably make like a very light correlation. But I think that if you did another graph between what is the average gamer sentiment on YouTube versus what is my video take, and you did a graph, I think you would find a 1-to-1 correlation. That the videos that I have that have the, opinions that everybody wants to hear, those are the ones that people are gonna like. Naturally.
Wait, no, go back.
To
scroll back up. Just like 3 or 4 more scrolls. One more. Yeah, you're good right there.
Yeah, and so anyway, yeah, and like that was a popular one too, and everybody loved those, and so like that's also a positive video, etc. It's a flawed perspective at the core. You can't compare cars and airplanes. What I'm saying is true, and the evidence is the fact that I have a lot of people that watch the videos because I know what stuff people want to hear about. And also, keep in mind, I want you guys to remember this, okay? Before we get, because Asmongold, Overwatch 2. So, do you remember whenever I went to war with chat, and everybody was getting...
Hey, which time? What day?
Well, this was last month, right?
Oh, okay.
And it was like somewhere around
Damn,
here.
it's been that long?
Whenever I said that Overwatch 2 wasn't that bad, and people were completely blowing it out of proportion, and...
Yeah, Overwatch 2 wasn't that bad.
I don't think so either, but like, I mean, I can see why people, again, I think that the problem is that Overwatch 2's audience is primarily Overwatch 1 players, and for Overwatch 1 players, Overwatch 2 is a downgrade, whereas I do think it's an upgrade for like the game as a whole, but if you were an Overwatch 1 player, I can see why you wouldn't feel that way.
You know where Blizzard blew it? Is calling it Overwatch 2.
Oh,
yeah.
Like,
great.
bro,
Just what we needed.
like that alone, like
Hang on.
they should not have
The
called it
messages.
Overwatch 2 because
It's not her,
it
is it?
literally set them up for failure.
About to find out.
Because it's that like lowest common denominator.
Yes.
Man, screw this.
Guess you don't want your car back.
You guessed right, Torres. Yeah, we saw you with the money. We know all about the shit you've been doing around here. You think you can play us? Think again.
The stunt you pulled the other night was a bad move. You ever stop to think who that money belonged to? Someone as of right now who is seriously pissed.
Who?
Not who. We're not listening to her.
Frank Mercer. He wants you found and dealt with.
Yeah? I want to pick somewhere less public next time.
You think I'm here for that? I never wanted any of this. It's gone too far. He's gone too far. He needs to be stopped.
Sure that ain't your job?
I file a report and then what? You don't think he has cops watching his back? There's no move I can make from the inside, but he won't see that coming.
Look. We're real sorry your boss is being a total asshole, but I think we'll take our chances. Thank you.
How about your brother? He feel the same?
Hey, whoa. Hey, he's got nothing to do with this. Nothing.
Look, this isn't going away. Understand? And I can only throw him off for so long, so you're gonna need to act and act fast. That's your only option.
What's our move?
Right now, we get the hell away from each other. I'll send you a location.
Why? What for?
They're moving stock. Follow it, you'll see. The rest is up to you.
Okay, I just got her message. Looks like this place is by the port. Meet you there when you're ready.
Where are you going?
I want to find out anything I can on Torres. We need to know who we're dealing with here.
welcome to my channel.
That I'm talking about, and it's not lowest common denominator in terms of stupidity. It's in terms of like knowledge and information.
Yeah.
Like people don't know shit about what it is. So when you hear Overwatch 2, you think it's a new game with like it's just not even the same thing. It's like, no, it's a big patch. I mean, it's a huge patch, right?
Yeah.
But it's still a patch.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I'm just saying, like, with and like, well, the point I was trying to make is, like, you're right. Number one, they did fuck up with that. But, like, the point I was trying to make was that this game, like, it's not that I'm afraid to have an opinion that's not in line with the norm. Because I've had a lot of opinions with the norm, and I've had a lot of opinions that are the opposite. And people have gotten really mad at me for those, and I've stuck by those. And I've said, guys, I'm sorry that you're so stupid. And I've held on to this. So whenever I have people calling me out for being negative in videos, I think that in a lot of cases, sometimes I am negative, but in a lot of cases, I'm also right. So,
yeah,
you know, that's really what it comes down to. And inconvenient for the ones to pull the wool over people's eyes. Yeah, and I know Bajira loves WoW, and he's a huge fan of WoW, and I'm a huge fan of WoW, and I like Bajira. So I have nothing negative to say about him or anything like that. And I think that it is really disappointing and kind of sad, right? Where you have all these people that are playing WoW, and everybody's just playing hardcore. Nobody cares about like, where's the biggest retail WoW stream?
Aren't you? The guy's seriously
Retail sucks ass.
I'm trying to find it.
Retail's been sucking ass, dog.
Smart isn't the word that comes to mind for this
Jesus, where is it? Oh, right here. 239 viewers. This is crazy. Look at this.
I wonder what stupid takes.
I mean, I would play hardcore if my the reason I'm not playing hardcore is I PvP and I play Ret Paladin. Like,
yeah,
you know, I don't want to play Ret and PvE without any PvP, because then it's like my whole thing, you know.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, I don't know. I would probably do would you do a season mastery too?
Absolutely, I would.
I think I'd be down to do a class. I wouldn't play the same way, like I wouldn't go Grand Marshal and all that stuff again. But I would do it. I would just. I mean, I've already done everything.
Oh,
so
Bashir's in chat. Yo, what's up, man? Think you're the legend? Yeah, how you doing, man? I hope you're doing well.
Yo,
what's up,
dude? Bajira's here, the god. Dude, did you see that picture of him recently?
Which one?
On Twitter?
It's like being ripped like this.
Dude, his freaking skin has muscles now.
Yes, I did. So yeah, man, I get it. I mean, I just, I mean, honestly, I want the game to be better too. And my opinion is well thought out. It was an old clip. Oh, bro, like the thing is, like you know, like that drama that happened today with like Belluer and fucking Ryan Shinglish, Panda, whatever you know him by. Like that's why, you know, they're trying to get that on the bandwagon. So I totally get it. Yeah, you know how I am, right? It's fine.
4222. Any updates?
Belluer went off. Yeah, Belluer was very upset. I'm pretty sure, like World of Warcraft, like how many? So if you count the amount of retail WoW streams. Oh my god. It's less than 1,000. It's probably less than like. Less than 1,500 viewers.
There's also like nothing like. There's nothing really going on in retail WoW. Right? Like there's no like when was the patch? It was like I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, it was a while. It was actually like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it was a couple weeks ago. That's about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, YouTube, I mean, like, your YouTube content, like, here's an example for you, right? Is like, your YouTube content with, like, Baldur's Gate popped the fuck off. Like, it did really, really well.
Yeah, so, but Baldur's Gate's... Dude, when are you gonna play Baldur's Gate?
Oh, wow, no. They pay you to say that. Oh, God.
They should.
No. Yeah. I need to get into that. I just, like, I'm so bad at playing new games. Like, there's this game coming out kind of soon. I think it's in, like, an hour or something. It's called The First Descendant. I'll play it tonight. You can see what it's like, and
there's way the hell too many new games.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
It's actually like we were spoiled this year. It's so bad.
Now heading eastbound on Terrell Street. QSL now eastbound on Terrell Street. We're moving to ram the car. Give subject vehicle a push. Just rammed the subject. I've got them.
That with the cock.
Failure on the arrest control. They're still at large. QSL 4220. What is your location of travel now? Now heading southbound on Terrell Street. QSL now heading southbound on Terrell Street. Subject just took a hard landing. They're still going.
Driver, get out of the vehicle.
Rough night? Sure looked like it.
Вот хуй меня переселили. Brother.
To support the actors' strike, you must simultaneously believe all contradictory information. So most Americans support the strikes. The strikes that the unions have already won. Because the unions were in it for the long haul. Except they also need government assistance to even survive. And despite the fact that every day the strike goes on, the unions get stronger, we also require unemployment benefit, despite voluntarily choosing not to work. Because as we get stronger every day, more and more people are facing evictions and seeking rent assistance.
That doesn't make any sense.
We've won, the studios need to back down, we've just already won, and we're going bankrupt. You get this kind of two-tone messaging at all points, as they try and project strength against literal multi-billion-dollar corporations, while claiming victory, saying no one can stand against them, and then desperately trying to crush anybody who even says anything about it. That's how you end up in a situation where the union is like, oh, the studios are dividing, they're breaking up all over the place, and quite frankly, they are so divided, at this point the studio should just break up their organization and negotiate on individual terms. Because the studios are so divided, but the union, they hold strong. Nobody at all will ever ever break the well, apart from Drew Barrymore, yeah. This is a union that's so powerful and in control of itself that Drew Barrymore can bring it to its knees just by existing. In fact, she spoke about a talk show return and kicked off a little rebellion. So then you ended up with several daytime talk shows going, yeah, we're going to come back as well. Oh, by the way, without WGA writers. It's almost like other writers do exist somewhere in the world. But watching Drew Barrymore kick off this whole beehive has been incredible, as well as the cowards that followed her. And despite the fact that they're going against the union, I actually don't know another word apart from coward to describe some of their behavior. Because at least Drew came out and she was doing it first. I took some heat from it and eventually crumbled, going, yeah, okay, my show won't come back after all. When you fight the Empire or the Borg, anybody who stands out among the masses must be crushed.
We are union through and through, all the way to the end.
I am Locutus, a Borg.
That's what happened to Drew. But there was somebody else that kind of tagged along for the ride. Mr. Bill Maher here, the guy who I believe was supposed to have been funny once. I've yet to see evidence of that time, but apparently it did exist once upon a time. But yeah, he decided to stick his head above the parapet, only after several other people did. And then when she decided to row back on it and go, okay, I'm not going to show it after all, Bill Maher pulled up his little tighty whities and went, yeah, I'm not coming back either, actually. He wanted someone to go first, so they took all the flack, and then when they eventually crumbled, he just ran after them, like, don't punish me, please.
It's afraid. It's afraid!
Even had the gall to say, oh, it was because there didn't seem to be any progress with the strike, but now they're going back to the negotiating table. I'm going to delay it. Dude, that's happened repeatedly for months. That's how negotiations work. What happens if on Friday they go, there's been no progress? Are you going to send the show back? I don't think you are. No, I don't think Bill here cared much about the negotiations. He just wanted a meat shield in front of him of somebody that had done it before he had, so that they took all the blame. And hey, maybe it's just me, but I'm not sure just how much you're winning a strike if Drew Barrymore not being with you is all it takes for you to get this petrified. And it did seem like they were petrified. Because unions rely on one simple rule, it's all perception. The only power they have is the power that other people voluntarily give them, so they have to project this false image that nobody dare stand against them. The moment everyone realizes, I don't need to be in this crap, and you don't need to be taking my money, they lose all their guild dues, all their money, and that means every single person that speaks out against them must be crushed. Drew Barrymore's very existence against the strikes proved that you didn't need to obey their rule, and that's why the machine...
Hey there. I left Lucas a message, but... well, let's go. Guess I shouldn't be surprised Lucas ain't racing. His pops cast a long shadow, you know what I'm saying? You heard of Roberto Rivera, right?
I've seen that corner dedicated to him at the garage.
Yeah, everybody loved that guy. Mr. Clean. Always fast, always fair. No shortcuts, no cheating. He used to watch me and Lucas race. All little Lucas wanted was to be a champion like his daddy. Roberto, too. He pushed him hard.
Too hard?
You catch more flies with honey. That's what my mama used to say. That's why I got a sweet suspension kit waiting for the out-of-town rookie who impresses me most. This is it. Come on now. Impress me. This one's gonna be fun. Lead the way, rookie. Don't slip up. I'm right behind you. It's yours to lose now. This is a pretty tough bunch. Okay, I'm impressed. Win the next race, and I'll give you a sweet, sweet suspension kit.
Kicked into action, desperate to crush her. Now, unions have always been anti-worker. They try to create a state of being in the world that goes against the fundamental laws of economics, supply and demand in the labor force. So what unions try to do is create a closed system where every single person is part of the union, and therefore they can just go, we want more money. But to create that controlled system where every single person needs to obey you, it means you're going to have to act like tyrants and crush anybody who isn't. And I don't have another term for them apart from tyrants. I mean, they recently had their re-elections, with the president apparently easily getting re-elected and her running mate also returning as secretary treasurer. They got re-elected based off almost 23% voter turnout. Because you know, if you've got somebody in charge of your institution that has been systematically destroying your entire industry, then why would you be bothered to get off your their arse and vote. This is the WGA, they can't even be bothered to get off their arse and work. Now, it's no surprise that they're lax in all aspects of their life. Now, I did appreciate when she said she was honoured to serve as president for another term, as these are dynamic times, and that one of her main objectives as a labour union must be to ensure that everyone...
This one takes it to another level. Let's see if you're ready. Stage is all yours. Don't hold back. It's all about control. Good, but not great. Maybe this track was too much too soon. Better luck next time. Probably should have practiced more before you came back. I don't think coming back here so soon was such a great idea.
It goes Batman. I'm a Batman.
I was hoping you'd come back. That first track was just a warm-up. This one takes it to another level. Let's see if you're ready. Stage is all yours. Don't hold back. More from where that came from. Good, but not great. Doesn't get much better than that. I'm seeing promise here. Textbook drift. I want to see that again. Damn near as perfect as you're gonna get. Better luck next time. Keep on the gas. Okay, be honest. You've been practicing, like, a lot.
Nope.
Didn't think that was ever gonna stop. Is any part of this even remotely challenging? It's all about control. I like where this is heading. I might be annoyed if that wasn't so good to watch. Looks like I gotta seriously up my game.
Has equal opportunity to work, and she promptly set around making everybody have that equal opportunity, because the writers haven't, the actors haven't, and now she's making sure that the game industry can't either. Yeah, with her in charge, you all have equal opportunity, that you're never gonna get to do any work. At this point, I can understand why you wanted unemployment checks to be given out to everyone on strike, because it seems like her mission is just to make sure that everybody is drawing them. It's especially fun in games development, you know, the industry which is renowned for having studios all over the world. You can't employ anyone from California because they're all on strike. Oh, okay, cheers. Wasn't planning to anyway. The de-Californication of literally every industry because they're all on strike would perhaps be one of the greatest side effects to have ever happened throughout all of history, with how damaging Californian beliefs are to a profit margin. At this point, you'd expect them to be offering buy one, get one free offers on jobs, not asking for more money. Look, if you're gonna hire someone as bad as me, I'll give you the next job for free.
I love that you never make any effort at all.
Now, there was a Fox Entertainment president who came out and said that essentially these strikes need to be resolved by the end of this month if shows can return with new episodes in the 2023 to 24 TV season. As there's 2 weeks left, it's not looking likely for that one, but it's the fear of a union that really you might call me a scab! You can't insult people with terms you've just invented yourself. I don't subscribe to your value system, and so the words that you create don't mean anything to me either. How dare you go to work, you've really offended us. I'm like, yeah, that's just an added bonus. I went to work to get paid. You getting pissed off about it, that's just like the icing on the side. And yet it's only fear that's been keeping people in line. And I can understand if you live in California, and so you don't have much choice. You're in this industry, everyone in the industry is also in the union, and so if you step out of line, you have no other group of third parties that you can actually engage with in the first place. And so like everybody else in a union, you just have to have your lives destroyed by them. And one thing that the unions have always got is we are union together. We stand for workers everywhere. Not you. No, not you either. Or you. No, you can all piss off. We don't care about any of you. Piss off then. If you're not making my house bigger, I don't care. Because that's how it feels. That's how you get articles talking about the collateral strike damage, which is piling up. That despite a narrative about Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher, because this has been going on for 4.5 months, loads of people are being affected by it. Whether it's entertainment partners, production consulting firms are laying off people, a health fund is crumbling. But he says the people on the margins of the strike, they have no place at the bargaining table, no vote, and for the most part, no stake in the final outcome. When it all ends, someone may declare victory, and with luck, they might be able to get back to work. The union loves to talk about how it represents workers, not you, no, but really, they just follow the first rule. It's always self-interest. That's why when they were offered a deal that represents the highest wage increase in 35 years, they still turned it down because it didn't include everything. It just included almost everything. This isn't about fairness or safe working conditions. At this point, it's ideological, and how by enforcing minimum numbers of writers within the room, they can maintain an ideological grasp among everything that's created. Because if there's more people, there's more chance that one of them will be a sensitivity reader. You can't put that there. I'm offended. Yes, you're offended. I find it funny. That's why I'm happier than you are. And I think the contradictions that I spoke about at the start of the video prove just how ideological it is. For instance, we have these interim agreements. These are various different movies or TV shows which the Guild have signed off on. Oh, you can go and make these TV series or do this work. We'll let you do that without being called a scab. Like seriously, if you're going to make an insult specifically designed to keep people in line, make it worse than that. I would tap dance across your picket line if that's all you're going to call me. Like at least question my parental heritage or something. But despite the fact that certain people are fully allowed to go back to work, yeah, not you though, Drew, because it broke the narrative. We had Patricia Arquette coming out and going, well, if we had AI write things, we're just going to have giant mega Marvel movies. Like, what? I thought that's what we had for the last 15 years anyway. We've had writers for all those years, and that's all you've been pumping out in the first place. Also, I'm not sure that saying AI is going to create mega movies is really the downside that you think it is. Oh, you know the audience, they hate those mega movies. What they really want is a slow, boring character drama about somebody dying. Yeah, if they could die slowly in an agony, that's the entertainment they really want. That's why it always gets an Oscar. Does it need to be depressed? I mean, it would help. That's where the fun comes in. If you get a granny in the front of the audience to start crying, you'll do far better. That's when you know you're onto a winner. We want the audience to leave work, go and see our movie, and immediately question why on earth they spent $20 on this movie ticket. Or you can have AI making mega Marvel movies where everything explodes. Take your pick. Remember when one of the writers thought saying that ChatGPT doesn't have childhood trauma was a big advantage for it? I remember.
Dad issue. Dad issue.
But there was a problem that the writers' strike had, because they were trying to spin that the AMPTP were all breaking up. I could fully understand why some people call them the armpit. When you have to insist you are united, even as you badmouth each other privately and look for someone else to blame, you're really telling everyone we're in big trouble. The studios, they're in so much trouble. I mean, they are because they're not making any money, but that's because of the writers, not because of the strike. And even as the writers decided to start preaching, ho, 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 corporate greed has got to go, at no point did they consider their own greed. Remember, they were offered pay increases from 10 grand to 11.3 grand, or from 7.4 to 8.5 a week, and turned it down. Some of them were offered a 43.8% pay increase from just under 10 to 14.2 grand a week, and they turned it down. All because it didn't get the minimum writers' rooms, at least according to Variety. And so, if your enemy is so weak, so divided, despite my suggestion that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, I mean, if you want these studios to break up and negotiate individually, what's wrong with the writers doing it? Why are you all so scared that you might actually have to negotiate based off your own individual talent? You do have individual talent, right? I'm sure you've got a backlog of quality work you could bring into any job interview. I have faith in you, even if you don't in yourselves. But with all these things being true, Drew Barrymore had to be crushed. She could not be allowed to stand and bring her show back, even, and this is the biggest point, she wasn't actually breaking any of the rules. I mean, other people are allowed to bring their movies back, they can make their shows, and they need specific agreements in order to do it, because their movies do actually break the rules of the strike. That's why they had to be given special dispensation. Drew, though, never broke any of them. Didn't even need an interim agreement, and even that has to be crushed, because even the perception that somebody might be out of the scope of the union is too much for them to bear. Because if one person can go against them, anybody can. And then everybody realizes the union actually has no power. And where there's one person willing to stand up against you, there's many, and they grow all the time. Now, the proof of this is really just how malicious the union was, as the moment it says the new season will still follow the WGA and SAG-AFTRA strike rules, that really should have been the end of it. We thank you, Drew, for keeping us in mind, obeying the rules that we've set forward, and respecting us as a union. It should have been the response, as at first she stepped down to show solidarity and support with the members, and because it was the first week of the strike, she just thought it would be an appropriate thing to do. But now, her staff are losing their homes because no one's getting paid, because they're all wrapped up in the union's collateral damage that the union don't care about at all by the looks of it. Now, I think her problem was, quite frankly, putting blood in the water herself. She started talking, well, I own this choice, but then goes on to say, we're in compliance, we're not discussing or promoting any film or television, and by trying to prostrate yourself in front of them, they just decided to take an axe to her face. If you'd come out wiping your arse with the WGA agreement, you would have got the same response from the WGA, but at least it would have put you on the right path, as they would have known you weren't going to break. As it was, they came out and just started immediately attacking her, that she was now on a struck show to return without its writers. Well, I mean, if they're not using your writers, who cares? Well, of course they do, because anyone who can prove that you don't need WGA writers, now you've made the entire union redundant. You've stripped them of all power. That's when I got pissed. It's not what you do, it's the perception that you're creating. The accurate, honest perception that they're entirely irrelevant. Because in the year 2023, writers can come from any country on Earth, and they don't need to come from California. It especially makes me laugh when it goes, any writing on the Drew Barrymore show is a violation of the strike rules, when they've specifically already said it will return without its writers. Therefore, by the union's own rules, if I write something down on a piece of paper, I'm breaking their strike rules, despite having nothing to do with them. At this point, they seem to think they're God. Nothing is outside the bounds of my power. So then, despite the fact that she didn't actually break any of the rules, they decided to picket her. This was, as you can see, a very eventful picket. Yeah, there's at least 8 people there. Can you understand why people are so scared of the mighty union, the Borg?
Locutus.
But it even got better. When these two nice little innocent victims came along, they just wanted to attend the Drew Barrymore show. They weren't actually planning on doing anything. Oh, no. I mean, we are picketing you outside, and we're wearing loads of banners and badges and stuff. And we did queue up to enter your live recording, as well as have a journalist here who I'm sure was just there to listen to their report on the quality of the show at the end of it. But don't you know, Drew had the gall to dare kick them out of the event? These two innocent little people.
Got tickets to the Drew Barrymore show today. You had no
clue there was a strike. No clue there was a strike at all. We just got tickets. I mean, we are wearing writers on strike t-shirts. We have badges next to us. The strike's been going for 4.5 weeks, and there's a picket line 2 inches behind us. No clue there was a strike. Yes, we are claiming to be that moronic, and we are Hollywood writers, so there's at least a chance you'll believe us. At this point, it's still a coin toss, if they're telling the truth.
No clue she was changing her statement or anything.
No clue she had a statement. I mean, she's one of the few Hollywood shows which is actually filming right now, who have been on strike for 4.5 months. No clue that she shouldn't be making a TV show. We've actually lived on the planet Pluto for the last 4.5 months, actually. Yeah, got back today. Gorgeous little holiday.
And we showed up and we saw the strike.
Still didn't plan anything wrong. We knew there was a strike going now in our strike t-shirts that we just happened to be wearing.
Give him
We took our little buttons.
Yeah.
This is what got us kicked out.
I have no idea why. I wonder why strikers through a picket line going into a live studio recording after the union has been disparaging the show. I don't know why they kick you out.
Kicked out. In the middle of everything after signing.
Verbally assaulted by her security officer.
Not verbally assaulted. Oh, that's horrific. How dare a security guard speak to you? I'm disgusted.
Drew Barrymore claims that she cares about her fans and wants her fans to show up for the show.
We had no idea there was a strike going on, but we do know that she's a horrific person who shouldn't be doing this.
And then we get kicked out for supporting what is right.
Oh, now we're supporting it, right? We didn't know it was on. We didn't know it existed. We didn't know she shouldn't be doing it. But now we support everything about taking down that stupid bit. Two completely innocent people there.
Drew, you should do what is right. Support your writers and support your fans who are supporting your writers.
Now she should do what is right, which means before she was doing something wrong, even though we were going in there to see it, even though we didn't know about any strike. These are people who are supposed to get paid to write fantasy stories, and that's the best one they could come up with.
How are you feeling now?
I'm just really shocked.
Yeah, it's disheartening.
What do you mean you didn't know she was going to turn her back like this? You turned up to go and watch her show. I knew she was doing a show. I didn't know about a strike, but I'm really disappointed that she'd go against the strike that I've been part of for the last 4.5 months. You should have run this through ChatGPT, at least get it to give you a few pointers, mate. We're definitely at a point where Hollywood writing needs to be run through ChatGPT just to have it correct your mistakes.
It's not about us, it's about the writers.
Yes.
Wait, I thought you were the writers. You're wearing writers on strike t-shirts. Did you forget what t-shirts you're wearing? Or are you going to try and claim it's like me pretending in Top Gun or something?
Take another run at going to the show? Probably not.
Nor me, but that's because it's Drew Barrymore, not because she's breaking a strike.
How large of an audience? The room was pretty packed.
175.
So a lot more than the picket line outside then. But yeah, obviously, when somebody else goes, we're gonna step across this line because we don't really care about your opinion, other people start to do the same when they all realize, hang on, why are we even not working in the first place? We can actually all work because we only agreed not to work, as I wanted to virtue signal and take a holiday, and I didn't realise they were going to be such insufferable arseholes for this long. So now, as all of their staff are losing their homes, or because the writers want to maintain ideological control of the writers' room, lots of other people started to work again, as everybody who wasn't began to lose their deals. The issue came when the machine kicked into gear, and Drew started to lose other jobs. Now, admittedly, this is being an award ceremony host, and they're already suffering on their own because of a consistent drop in entries and engagement. So who really cares if you're dropped as a host in a dying industry? Especially when it turns out to be for the National Book Awards? I don't think it's possible for most things, but when it comes to the National Book Awards, yeah, Drew Barrymore might actually be the most prestigious thing about it. But during this, while Drew Barrymore was definitely wearing the pants in the relationship, Bill Maher decided, I don't need to wear those anymore, and it seems just took advantage of Drew taking all the flack. He says, I'm coming back without writers or writing. Not sure anyone will be able to tell the difference. It was unfunny before, it was unfunny afterwards. I think we'll all be fine. But he too said that it was his staff that he was coming back for, and made exactly the same mistake. Talking about the writers. Oh, it's the writers that really matter. And again, if you just come out giving them the V's, at least they'll know that they're not going to be able to break you because they broke him. No, instead, he spoke about honoring the spirit of the strike by not doing a monologue, a desk piece, new rules or editorial. Instead, it will just be the off-the-cuff panel discussion that aims to cut through the strike and predictable partisanship, and that the show won't disappoint, which just proves there'll be a first time for everything. Of course, the writers, on hearing that he wouldn't be engaging in any written material, called this disappointing. It had nothing to do with them. It doesn't matter if you obey their rules. You standing against them already harms their perception of power, and so they have to crush you as well. As expected, Ma's taken a lot of criticism from writers on social media who have been using the word scab to describe the actions. However, will he piss and cope? Please insult me with your one-sided terms that I'm never going to be bothered to look up. Or because you're such bad writers, you're not creative enough to say something that's funny in the first place. If you kindly insult me with some words that I'm never going to be bothered enough to look up, I would really appreciate it. Now, of course, we had people who said, I take no pleasure in this, but I'm the lost coordinator, and the picket lines will be robust and constant. However will they cope having some 5'4" writers walking in a circle in front of the building? Nobody's going to dare cross that, because they're simply too intimidated by the crushed avocado on toast. The best bit was when he was bringing your show back helps prolong the strike and hurts everybody. He's not part of your pissing strike, mate. He said no writers are involved. If not having any writers involved prolongs the strike, strike because writers are so unnecessary to the process of creation, may I just suggest that your bargaining position simply isn't as strong as you think it is, and it isn't. Now, the Hollywood Reporter at this bit tried to throw a wrench in the works when they started talking about alphabet representation hits its peak, while officials cautioned that the strikes can slow progress, to which I can only say, the strike must be full of absolute bigots. How dare you harm representation within your industry? Get back to work. Shame on all of you. Of course, at that point, Drew decided to break. I believe there's nothing I could do or say in this moment to make it okay. Holding back tears in a video posted to Instagram.
Nothing I can do that will make this okay.
Despite coming back with her show that didn't break any of the rules. Now we've got to prostrate ourselves in front of the union and deeply apologise to the writers, despite the fact that none of them were needed in the show. I'm not sure how that's her fault. I deeply apologise to the unions. To me, just implies, what on earth have they been doing to you that makes somebody go through this absolute public struggle session? The show producer even released a statement that said they are very mindful and sensitive to the complex circumstances, and that they were always in full compliance with the labour agreements and any strike rules. But it's never enough, because you can't just obey what they say. You have to forever strengthen the perception that the union has complete and utter control of everything, because if they don't, they have no power at all. That's why this show was particularly damaging, because it was a largely unscripted talk show from the beginning, so the writers had no power, but the union can never seem as if it's got no power. And so they had to get somebody to release an apology video holding back tears, to which I can only say again, what happened backstage to make that happen? Because people don't release tearful apology videos unless something serious has been happening behind the scenes. Not that any of it helped, I mean, it's just somebody crying. She had to take down the apology video later because other celebrities just started to have strong reactions to her decision to return to work. You are undermining union solidarity despite the fact that you're not breaking any union rules. What's interesting is when he goes, Drew Barrymore definitely wants you to know that she's the victim, because in Hollywood, whoever's the victim is the one in power. And so we're all desperate to claim it ourselves, while also claiming that nobody else could possibly be it. Which is why you saw other WGA members start to threaten Bill Maher, saying that she's got a big franchise and so we'll flick the switch on the comedian next week. I've got so many fans and I'm going to aim them all at you. It's really horrific, actually. As far as I'm aware, it's against the rules of many platforms to brigade like that. You're not supposed to send people out on witch hunts. And yet, if you're part of a Hollywood union, they think they can do it at will. And as you can see, if she received threats to return, she should have said that and mobilized her fans if she got cancelled, instead of trying to use her crew as a scapegoat. That crew she's using as a scapegoat, the one that haven't been working for 4.5 months because other people are too lazy to go to work, they have to not work as well in solidarity or something and lose their homes, despite the fact that they want to and can work. That actually does seem like a legitimate victim, somebody who's unable to work because they are being guilt-tripped and blackmailed by people who genuinely are too lazy to work and doing so voluntarily. But no, I mean, she's worth $125 million with the best lawyers, but she chose to cosplay as a victim with crocodile tears as thousands of workers are nearly bankrupt. Yes, her workers. That's why she wanted to go back to work, so her workers could get paid. And I actually don't know how she's cosplaying as a victim when she decides to exercise her own freedom, engage in selling her own labor by creating a TV show, and then gets harassed by various different members of the WGA to the point where she has to release a tearful apology to them. Please just leave me alone. And then after all that, people wonder why I'm like, so now you just want to move on to destroying the next industry. Whose careers are you going to destroy with this one? So obviously Drew had to back down. I've had to listen to everyone and I'm making the decision to pause until the strike's over. I'm sure that was an entirely voluntary decision that she definitely made for the good of her own crew. She even had to put in I have no words to express my deepest apologies to anyone I have hurt. Apart from your own staff, you haven't hurt anyone, love. But if I was reading it, I definitely would have just been wiping my arse with the WGA logo. Who knows, maybe you could have handed it into Jennifer Sulky for $20 million. It's what the rest of the WGA do. And the funniest thing about the whole Drew deal is the WGA's comment itself when it condemned Barrymore's decision, saying should not have been on the air while her writers are on strike. It's a virtually entirely unwritten show, you numpties. And then they go, in reality, shows like this cannot operate without writing. Oh, aren't you stuck up yourself? We've just incorrectly assumed that this thing can't possibly exist. best, because we're the masters of the universe and required in everything. Therefore, because we're required in everything, nothing can actually operate without us. I'd never hire anyone from your guild again, because there are plenty of other writers in the world. And as they're not from California, they might actually be able to write morals that resonate with the audience and therefore make a profit. But she continued her apology, saying, I didn't expect this kind of attention. I wanted to do this because other people's jobs are on the line. And I guess none of those jobs matter anymore because she made a decision. Yes, I could save my crew's jobs, or I could capitulate to a tyrannical organization who's on a power-hungry mission to destroy all of Hollywood. I chose the latter, which I suppose is rather interesting actually, because nowadays if Picard needed to fight the Borg, he would just stand there and get defeated. Oh yes, please just absorb me into your hive mind. They chanted something outside of a building. Obviously individuality doesn't matter anymore. The thing was, even when she apologized and closed the show, there was a little bit of a war that went on between various different WGA members, where there was someone like, well, she's only doing it for self-preservation anyway and to save her entire career, implying that the WGA could actually sink your career, and that was the threat. Whereas others were like, no, she's done the right action. Her actions could have harmed the strike effort, hurt everybody. Yeah, you're hurting everybody, but we don't give a toss about your workers. Only writers that you don't employ, as you have nothing to do with the union on an unscripted show. So every show that crosses the picket line, you can't picket line her show because she doesn't have your writers. If you set up a picket line outside my house, you haven't picket line my house. I'm not a writer. What you've done there is gotten lost. You've proven that you're too thick to actually understand the bounds of your own union. Of course, the WGA doesn't think there are any bounds on their power, and gives the companies less incentive to return to the table and bargain. Well, if you're so utterly useless that nobody even wants to bargain with you, then have you considered that your demands might actually be inconceivable for any company trying to run an actual business? If nobody wants to bargain with you, maybe it's your fault, but then obviously Bill Maher crumbled as well, because it seems like he doesn't have a spine, and his only spine actually comes from other people doing all of the hard work for him. No, the strike has always been very interesting to follow because of the different stages of everything that happens and the power play and power games that people have. And at the end of the day, do I care about Drew Barrymore's TV show? No. But it was interesting because it was the first, and therefore it took all the flack. But it was even more interesting to see all the little people stand up behind her and use her as a human shield, only to vanish off into the ether the moment that she took too much pressure and crumbled herself. But the big thing was everybody who supposedly cares so much about other people, so much about the workers, not you, no, because whenever you dig into it, the only workers they actually care about is themselves, because of rule number one. It's always self-interest. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Let me know down in the comments below. Like the video if you like the video, subscribe for more videos like this in the future, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Calling it a night, huh? Seems like a good idea.
La 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 da ba 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 bum.
Still no news on that cop. Don't imagine too many people around here are gonna miss him.
Okay, guys, get your Pokédex ready. We're about to get into the Path of Exile review. It's about to go down, boys. After 100 hours, this honest review. This should be epic. The DM review of PoE. I want to see, you know, what does a person who went from Diablo Immortal to D4 to PoE think about the game, like overall?
Okay, I've been playing Path of Exile now. I've got about 120 hours into my character, and it is time for us to do our final review, impressions, whatever you want to call it. Looking back at Path of Exile, what I've learned and what I think about the game.
Okay.
I have done several of their fights as Turi, I'm sure I'm pronouncing it wrong, Cyrenarch, and Eater of the Worlds I've defeated. The Shaper got the better of me, but I'm still trying to learn that fight. My character, as it stands, is a level 91 character. I heard it really starts getting slow right around 95, and not everyone all the way goes to 100 every single time anyway. The build I ended up going with is a Juggernaut Marauder, which basically just boils down to me taking everything that gives me life, everything that gives me tank, everything that regenerates my life, elemental resistances, really anything tanky at all. My plan was really very simple. I took Shield Crush because I thought it sounded like a cool move because I like shields, and I took anything that makes me tankier. My whole plan was thematically, I was thinking, I'm just going to be a really tanky guy with a shield. And that was about as far as my logic went, and I learned piece by piece.
Nice, dude. 2800 HP, dude. Tanky as fuck, dude. It's tanky as fuck. Now, to be fair, dude, with the Brass Dome and shit, with the armor stacking, I mean, shit.
Pieces I went. This has had good things, but also repercussions that have come from the fact that I decided to do my build like I can. For instance, I do absolutely 0 damage to speak of. That's why anytime I kill a boss, it takes the better part of my evening. But on the bright side, I am fairly safe. But there's another way you can be safe, and that brings us to today's sponsor. Just like a guy in RuneScape looking to trim your armor, there is also...
Wait, no, he's got ads now! He's got ads in his YouTube videos now! Holy shit, bro, what the fuck happened? He's popped off. He's popped off too hard, boy. He's made it. He's made it now. He's got ads in his YouTube. That's what you do when you've made it. Okay, you get the ads in the YouTube. Holy shit.
While I've been fairly safe, this game is actually about farming, which means that typically it means my build is fairly slow. So when I'm doing the map device, which is essentially nightmare dungeons in this game, and
you guys fucking gaslit him. Wait, all these fucking bozos have gaslit his ass. Straight up. Like who? Why is everyone gaslighting Darth Micro? Trying to say he's like Z DPS and he's slow as fuck. Compared to what? Compared to what? Mate, he's on a 6-link Shield Crush with a replica Dream Feather and a Brass Dome. That shit's gonna be upwards of, I mean, I'm assuming he's gonna have like at least 800k DPS plus, which is a lot. That's a lot. But they fucking, chat is goddamn gaslit him and think he's fucking ZDPS.
And I'm running these maps over and over and over again. My build is very slow for that. But the cool thing about the game is no matter kind of what build you have, there is something that works. So I ran into the situation where I built a tanky, slow character like I'm explaining, but there happens to be one of the game modes actually works totally fine for that. You see, the version of the game mode I like is called the Blighted maps or Tower Defense maps. Now, let's say I wanted to run one to show you.
Blight is like #1, one of the top mechanics, and they had one of the best changes. To be fair, they did make some more changes to Blight, but this is the best Blight's ever been. Let's be honest. This is the best Blight's ever been. This exact patch is the best Blight's ever been, especially in maps.
What that actually looks like. Now, in order to actually do that, I'm going to need one of the maps. Now, if I'm a solo self-find character, which is sort of like an Iron Man from RuneScape, then what I would need to do is find the map myself. But
solo self-find. Oh, he's so cute, isn't he, dude? Solo self-find.
I have Chaos Orbs here, which are basically the equivalent of the currency in the game, like your gold type of currency. This is what most people use to trade. And I could find and buy one because trading is a part of this game. This is the official website. They have their own trading ability on here. I could go to maps. I could say, yes, I want a Blighted map. I want it to be a tier 16. I can click search and I can find a map. Instantly, here's Blighted Dunes, 5 Chaos Orbs. I will buy that one, for instance. Now it's going to tell me that, okay, you've whispered the guy. It automatically...
He had more than one, bro. He's got like many. You should buy all of them.
Sends out that message. I just click direct whisper and it sends
You're just spamming him, bro. It's the same guy. What? You're spamming him. Yes.
Message to the guys I'm clicking on, and the first person to send me an invite means I can go trade with them.
The same guy.
The person receives my message and sends me an invite. I head on over to teleport to their hideout, which is sort of...
This guy, he's a toxic trader, bro. Dude, he waited like 1 second and then he spammed like... You don't... Okay, that's bad etiquette. Okay. That is bad etiquette. Chat, if you're buying an item, okay, you need to press... If it's the same guy for starters, don't spam it. You press once and then say, yo, I'd like to buy like 5. Okay, now, he probably didn't realize that because he's recording a YouTube video. But still, even if you're doing it with like one guy, you should just whisper him and you wait. I think, what, 15 seconds. That's 15 seconds waiting. And then if you waited 15 seconds, then you go to the next guy. Because people like leave their maps. People pause their maps to invite you, right? People do that. 3 seconds max? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Like their main player base, their main player house, whatever you want to call it. He sends me a trade request. There, I got the exact number of dollars, basically, that he wants for this thing. The Chaos Orbs is the currency. I plop it in. He trades me over the item, and there we go. Now I have the item I wanted. So the reason I want to explain trading in this game is because it is a crucial part of what makes the game feel good. In games like these,
disagree, hard disagree, but, you know, it's subjective, so fair enough.
Receiving loot for your character feels very good, but there's more to it than just receiving good loot in games. When I take this...
I think trading... Like, trading is cool and all, and don't get me wrong, like, one of the best ways to play the games, playing games, is with your friends. And when you can give items and trade items between your friends, that's fucking awesome. I think, honestly though, I objectively enjoy playing the game when I cannot trade them when I can. Because when I can trade, it opens up infinite possibilities, and I can do, there's no limitations what I can do, and it's like, well, I can just get everything. There's no real challenge. It's like, okay, well, why would I do this other mechanic when the best thing I should do is whatever's going to be in this gold, to then farm that out, and then once I've got that, you know, well, not gold, you know, got that currency, I'm then going to go and buy those items. So what I mean by that is, in SSF, I'm going to be forced to go do, okay, if I want a Zabiko Jewel, I have to do Legion. If I want an old quality gem, I've got to do Heist. If I want a, you know, a Cluster Jewel, I have to do Delirium. And, you know, I'm basically forced to do all these different end games, which basically means that I get more replayability and more variety in what I'm doing. Whereas on Trade League, you're just going to do whatever's going to make you the most money, the fastest. Whether or not that's just literally spamming blighter maps the entire time, or you know, doing the dejuicing MF trash. That's what you're going to end up doing, which I feel like is just a more unfun way to play the game. On top of that, having lots of constraints can be fun. Straight up. Now, depending on what kind of build you want to play and how you want to play the game, if you want to play it casually on the weekend, then for sure Trade League. If you want to play some build that requires ultra niche uniques and stuff that you can only get via trading, then for sure play trade. You know, ultimately the game is balanced around trade, and they only put, you know, often new lead mechanics are entirely muted and nerfed because of the fact that trade exists. So it makes sense, like, hey, trade's a good thing. But ultimately, I get that he likes trade. It's subjective though. It's subjective.
Welcome to my channel.
Chris Wilson himself says the best way to play the game is solo self-found hardcore. Do you think Chris Wilson's full of shit?
Map, and I go farm this map, which I'll do in a moment.
He's not. He's not. C-dubs is based. Okay.
To show you what it looks like. When I do that, I have opportunities for the map to drop me things that I could sell on the trade system in order to make more of the currency back to go buy other items. So instead of me just looking for exactly the drop I want, and if I don't get it, everything else feels bad, every item I get is an accumulation towards my goal. It's fragments, effectively, of the character or the item I'm trying to farm, because everything is more or less currency. And with a live trade system that's fairly easy to use and fairly fast, it makes the grind not feel depressing. Like in Diablo 4, if you don't get the Tempest Roar helmet, you just feel bad all day. But if all of the items and uniques you were getting, you could trade on the market to somebody else and get gold, for instance, or some kind of currency, something that was worth something, then you know I'm not wasting my time to farm these maps. Every single time you get a drop, it is the potential to be like a dopamine exciting moment, because any of them could have something that helps you towards your goal. This is an important part that I didn't realize earlier on in my review. I didn't realize.
I agree with this, but there's obviously massive cons to this. He's describing as to what I've just outlined. I agree, for sure. Like, for example, finding a divine in Trade League feels better than finding a divine in Solar Self-Found. No doubt. No doubt. It definitely does, because you get that hit of like, oh shit, this is currency that I can buy. But then at the same time, finding a niche unique that's like really big, you know, but not that rare, not that expensive, and Trade League is like not a big deal. So for example, Iron Fortress, a chess piece, you can buy it on Trade League for like 10C, 5C. To get that on SSF would be fucking mind-blowing, insane, crazy shit. You'd be pogging out, going nuts. Trade League, it's not a meta build, so it's worth nothing. Oh, come on, this is hard, dude, to leech. It's hard to leech, guys. It's hard to leech.
Damn it. The subject blew past us and kept on going.
All right. What I'm saying is it goes both ways. I'm saying it goes both ways. It normalizes everything. So then, and ultimately, I feel like the overall amount of dopamine you're going to get, I think it's lower. I mean, that's why, you know, which is why I'm incentivized. I get better, more feel-good chemicals in my brain release playing SSF than I do overall with Trade. That's just a reality. Because there's more moments like that where it's like this crazy shit. You know, versus Trade, it's like, okay, you hear a tink, it goes, oh shit, that's worth money, which I can sell to get the thing that I want.
How much trading adds as an additional layer to the game. It makes you feel like you're not wasting your time, almost no matter what you're doing. But back to my original point about how even a bad build like mine can find some uses. So this is the blighted maps. Now I'm just going to run this kind of standard instead of making it absolutely crazy because I want to be able to talk and focus on this. But these maps right here are effectively tower defense types of maps. All the damage
we didn't even put oils on it, bro.
Is going to come from my towers,
slow them down,
and this
man.
is sort of a strategic type of game. So what I'll do instead of actually fighting the monsters myself is these are the lanes, and they're going to add more and more lanes as time goes on. But what I can do is I can build these turrets. For instance, this is an empowering one, and this one is going to slow them down, and this one is going to stun them. I do a combo, so now they get stunned and slowed, so they get locked for a while. This one will be my damage, for instance, with a meteorite strike. And so now I have this area.
Chat told him that. This is not Bart. Jerky just figured this. Jerky just randomly figured out some not greatest styles. What do you was? I reckon you got backseated there.
Or when they walk through here, they're going to get
backseating, and he's ruining the game for everyone, dude.
Stunned, slowed, as well as damaged. Now I got to worry about the other areas they could potentially be coming from. Okay, this is the port on which they spawn from, so I'm just going to be doing sort of the same thing around the map. This is the base I am defending. If they make it here, they have.
This could be so much more. I'm gonna be honest, like this could be like, and we know that because Bloons exists. Okay, a game that can play on your phone and it's fucking amazing as well as you can play it on your computer. Okay, do you know where GGG is located? Literally next door to Bloons. They can literally contract one of the Bloons guys to revamp the blight mechanic, like, and they could make it so fucking cracked. They could make it so cracked with very minimal changes, like with just the PoE game engine. Just as long as they can design their own towers and their own units and they get the ability to upgrade them, you could just make this so fucking good. I really, really, really want to see Blight 2. I would love to see Blight 2. And then and it's like they literally just hire some of the TD guys across the road to just put that shit in. Call Rohan. Call Rohan.
20 units of damage that I can receive, and then GG, I lost the map, and I'm not going to be getting my rewards. Now, as I kill things, I'm going to be getting more and more currency that I can actually use to upgrade my towers. You know, you're going to notice I still do damage to the minions. You can still fight these minions yourself if you want. However, the majority of your damage later on in the map is going to come strictly from your turrets. You can also modify your maps, make them more difficult. You can even make them easier if you choose to do that, so you're not just kind of locked in to having it only one way. This is a totally normal one, so I didn't make it easier, I didn't make it harder. And it can get crazier and crazier as you get going with these maps. I mean, they're going to start sending bosses, and you can see they're already kind of making it through my turrets. And this mode is where I've spent the majority of my time in the game so far. Because one, it works really well with my build, considering that my build basically has 0 damage. I can rely on the turrets to farm the things. And two, because it's actually just extremely enjoyable. I actually really like tower defense games outside of this game. I actually just like tower defense games. Nice. So when I figured out there was tower defense in it, it seemed to be a pretty nice fit for me. And the cool thing is because of the currency system I'm talking about, here's a boss, for instance, that's sneaking on through. I didn't see this other lane. Because of the way the currency system works, I can continue to use these maps and play the way I want and continually make money over and over and over again and work towards my goals, which is how I got basically what I have in the game, which is the brass dome gladiator plate, you know, these unique items, etc., which kind of work for my build of being just as tanky as possible. And then you can see here, I failed to defend it here, so they blow up the pump, and I don't get my rewards. Now let me show you another one. So now I've used the trade system to buy another one. If I go to the stash here, I can...
He's doing the classic Diablo Andy mistake, by the way, chat, where it's what it is you just, like, you have a proclivity towards unique items, because you're like, unique is cool, unique is fun, unique is nice. So that he's got his, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm down for the Dream Feather, I'm down for the Brass Dome, I'm down for the shield, but yeah, nah, bro, this, get rid of this, get rid of this. These boots, I mean, he's on softcore maybe, these boots, I guess, but like, yeah, it's one of these things where, you know, spamming unique's not always a good thing.
I can show you I got the blighted map. Now what I'm going to do is improve the quality of this map to make it drop more loot. I'm going to make it a rare map in order to continually improve the loot quality. And then I'm going to go to this here, and these are the oils you get from the map, and I can modify the map continually by adding reduced cost of building and upgrading turrets. So now the map's a little bit easier, but I'm also going to be getting more loot. It's a little bit harder in some ways, but it's a little bit easier in building the towers, which will also give me more loot. So now I'll show this to you again. Basically, I'm walking you through the process of how I learned to do these tower defense maps, because originally I was just getting wasted every single time, and then you learn the nuance of you modify the maps to fit exactly to what your build needs. I basically have no DPS to speak of in my build, so I need to be able to have the towers be cheap and do as much damage as possible.
The fucking blight review right here, boys. Look at that PoE review. Look at a fucking blight review. Log in.
So that the towers can carry the map in order for me to farm the highest tier of the map to get the most loot possible, even with my dog shit build. Now we're going to put the map in.
Stop gaslighting DM. They're thinking his build's dog shit and slow and all this, when his build is literally fine. It's being real. I hate that he keeps referring to it like this. Like, his build, like, what's his PoE? Path of building. What's his PoE? Let's see here. I want to load this bitch in. There we go. Bro, what the fuck? One wave? Two overlapping waves? I mean, bro, he's got frenzies, endurances. Dude, bro, this guy is chilling, mate. He's chilling. He's so chilling. Max effective pride. Bro, what the fuck? He's being gaslit. He is being gaslit by his chat into thinking his build's like slow and dog shit, when actually it's literally fine. Look at level 91, a mil DPS. That's heaps of damage. What is the damage rate? No, wait, that's that flask as well, by the way. This is that flask. This flask on is gonna be even higher. He's got a granite, dude. He needs a basalt, bro. He needs a basalt. Oh my god. Why is he using magnate as well? What the hell's going on there? I mean, he can significantly improve his character so easily as well. I mean, only 100k armor, bro. Holy shit. I mean, this thing's like, what the fuck? Oh, he's going melee damage. Yeah, that's rage. Full impale wheel, bro. The full impale wheel. Okay, attack overwhelm. This is certainly a unique tree. It's certainly a unique tree.
Seen in the area. Start searching.
It's certainly. I like how he gets the full. I like how he just gets to the full thing on all of them, bro. Like, I mean, it's you know, it's yeah. But ultimately, its character's not that bad. Like, a mil DPS is fucking solid. That's fucking solid, bro.
And again, and we're going to run it. And this time, because we've modified it, there are going to be more monsters to fight, so it'll be a little bit more...
Like, his character has more damage than my level 98 guy. Well, okay, he would until... but if I got my gem, obviously my character would have, like... If I got my alt qual gem, it would have been correct. But yeah, like my guy without the gem, I mean, shit.
Difficult, but that's also going to be a lot easier because the cost of the turrets themselves have been reduced. I have used oils, which you get from doing the maps, in order to reduce how much the turrets cost. So now I can put them out a lot sooner. More turrets, more DPS, which will be totally fine. But the game's also going to become more complicated because now there are more monsters to end up fighting, so I'm going to have to be building a lot quicker this time than I did last time if I want to survive. The reason I'm showing you this and I'm spending so much time on the tower defense is I want you to understand my thought process when I was playing the game of going from like, wow, my character kind of sucks because I don't know what I'm doing, to finding a way that it fit not only what my character's build that I kind of had, but it ended up working for me, but also a style of game that I actually enjoyed. From what I hear, this isn't the most popular style of game. Like, not a ton of people actually even like this game mode. It seems like I'm one of kind of the odd people that actually like the tower defense stuff. However, for me, it was exactly what I wanted to do. It's basically one of the only things I really wanted to do outside bossing. I just happen to love this game mode. You can see it's getting more and more complicated. We've got lanes everywhere at this point. I actually even died while standing there trying to upgrade stuff.
Yeah, that's dog shit. That's stupid. Like, what just happened to him right there? Bro, I'm telling you, bro, that blight monsters should not do fucking anywhere near as much damage as they deal. Like, the fact of the matter is, I don't think they should do any. I think it should be like a purist, like actual TD. Now, obviously, people are gonna disagree with that. They should have a I mean, really, we should have an opt-in purist mode where you don't do any damage, only your towers do damage, and you just get to be a builder. Because that's, in my opinion, what it should be. Because it's the blight gameplay is never fun. Either you're trivializing or cheesing it using some fucking bonkers build, like where you AFK and Sphinxes just kill everything and you just stand at the fucking middle, or you're playing it like an actual TD, and then your character's just randomly getting one shot all the time when you're trying to fucking build towers. That's just not good.
And then you really got to kind of pay attention because they're all over the place. And basically what I'm trying to do is just keep them as slow as I can, so that way I can have enough time to upgrade everything. And I'm doing that by locking them out with freeze and slam turrets over and over again. And then once I've got all my turrets up and they're kind of handling everything, I can just kind of go back to my base and relax and know that, okay, I can play some RuneScape or something for a few minutes and then they're going to defeat the map for me. You don't actually have to like tower defense to understand what I'm saying. Well, what I've realized through this process of finding my own niche area in Path of Exile, this is why there are so many Path of Exile, what's the word for it? Fanatics. People will go down a road and find exactly their path with their style of character, their thematics of the character, their own cosmetics with the character that you can get. Where I quite like the look of my character. I think he looks like some kind of like Celestrio Knight or something. Their own style of gameplay, their own types of maps which they modify for their own way, and then they're saving up to get exactly the items they want, etc. So people find their own area within the community and within the game that makes them feel like they're focusing on and doing exactly the type of thing they want to do.
I feel that. I get what he's saying. It's like you can make your own endgame. Like one guy could be a fucking guy who just sits in his base trading all day and just farms currency. Another guy could be a fucking guy who just loves Sanctum and runs Sanctums all day. Another guy could be a fucking blight, fucking TD god. You can have another guy who sits there, he just does boss services and just kills bosses all day. You can have an SSF Andy who likes just fucking being a complete god gamer beast, making sick fucking off-meta builds, popping off, killing crazy shit, going rank 1, you're doing all that shit, okay? You know what I'm saying?
So now we just finished
There's many ways to enjoy the game, which is, like, that's awesome. It's not like, okay, whereas how many ways can you enjoy? Okay, now compare that, right? Compare that of, you know, maybe, let's say there's like, in PoE, there's probably like, at least, I want to say a minimum 10 distinct different ways of playing the game that are massively different, right? That at minimum 10. I'm being so generous right now. And you compare it to a game like Diablo 4, how different can you play D4? Really, how different can you play it? Like, it's like, oh no, there's a train track, there's a putting you on that track. Yeah, you could farm. I guess you could do one guy who just likes to do just only outdoor content, and a guy likes to farm dungeons. You know, there you go. That's what you've. That's what you got. You got like, oh, you can have a PvP guy. You can have a PvP guy who likes to PvP. To be fair, there's PvP as well. To be clear. All right. Do they do bossing services? Maybe they do bossing services as well. Maybe there's bossing. But the fact of the matter is, it's like so narrow and so forced on a track, whereas this game has so many different ways you can play it and so much depth. The fact that he's able to make like a review about Path of Exile, but he's basically just doing a Blight review, and Blight is literally one out of fucking 20 different mechanics that exist in the game, is like, it's kind of nuts.
Oh no. Oh, we'll see.
Listen up. Win this race, and that suspension kit is yours. You're quick off the line. It's only the first lap. Feels easy when you're out front on your own, huh?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just waiting for a chance to overtake.
Just do it.
Come on, you're this close to the win.
Thanks.
I'm taking this one down to the wire. All right, one sweet suspension kit heading your way. Use it well. I'll be in touch.
Waste of my time.
That's right.
The very last boss on this wave here that's gained stun lock to oblivion, and just like that, it is completed. And now we have an actual like lot of rewards. There's going to be a lot of things I can pick up. All of these are chests and loot, and each time I open up one of these, I know I have a chance to get something that's actually worth some money that I can sell. For instance, this right here is worth money. That's worth money. That is definitely worth money. These are all adding towards they're contributing towards me being able to pick up my next big upgrade. So every time I'm doing this, it doesn't feel like I'm just sitting here waiting for the one-time no whammies hit. All of these are contributing, and all of these are going to have some kind of value towards me getting whatever my next goal is. So,
but you diminish the value of the smaller things that are more common, but still, you know, rare enough that they'll be satisfying upgrades to your character because you're in trade league. Okay, to be clear, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off to you. It is. It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off.
Even if while I'm looting this, I don't get exactly the best item in the game, or I don't get exactly the item I'm looking for, I know if I do enough of these, and I enjoy doing them anyway because there's enough variety in the game, I can kind of pick whatever it is I really like doing. And I'm picking the tower defense thing where I can play multiple games at once. I can open up RuneScape and Woodcut or something while I'm doing this as well. Eventually, by the end of the day, I'm going to have a significant increase of wealth, which I will put towards getting my next big upgrade. So combined, what does that actually mean? It means I'm making meaningful progress on a character that is unique, fairly unique to me, and what I actually wanted to build, and the theme I wanted to build it, in the gameplay mode that I enjoy playing, in a community that actually has trade and interaction. If you are not doing so, the solo self-find thing, you can actually, you know...
Bro, Darth Micro needs to try solo self-find. He needs to try solo self-find. Okay, because he's not gonna. I think he's overvaluing trade right now. He's overvaluing trade hard as fuck, and he needs to try solo self-find. For real. Okay, and he needs to also try solo self-find hardcore. Because he might get the fucking itch. He might get the itch and then realize how fucking good it is. Okay, because that's what happens. You get that itch, dude. You get that, once you get to the rush of almost dying, the rush of succeeding, the rush of, you know, okay, the point where you die and you lose your character. And you fall into a, you know, wallowing pit of depression, and, you know, spiraling down to an infinite nothingness where nothing in your life matters anymore. Literally, you just lie in your bed awake, staring at the fucking ceiling. Okay, you know, you need to have that. Okay, you need to try that, because trust me, it's fucking good feeling. I mean, but highs are high and the lows are low.
Trade with the community, etc. While looking the way I want to look. The game has a lot going for it that allows you to find your own path, which is what I think feels unique about this ARPG. For me, ARPGs tend to be the thing where it's you find a build, you copy paste, and yes, that is something you sort of should do in Path of Exile. You kind of need to...
You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You should do that if that's what you want to do, but you shouldn't do that. It shouldn't be a thing you should do. That's, again, chat is gaslighting him. Chat's gaslighting him. I hate how he's getting gaslit so hard by his chat, which is sad. It's sad. That saying his build's shit, his character's slow, he's doing 0 damage, you should be following a guide, all this stuff. No, you should do what you want to do.
The builds, and I'm falling prey to not having used the build. There's things that are hard for me now, like trying to build a fight the Shaper boss. I just don't have the DPS for it. I suck, and people are telling me to change my build, and I'm stubbornly...
You have the DPS for it. You've got the DPS for it, okay? Well, that is a skill issue. You just gotta practice.
Pounding my head against it, trying to be a deliverer anyway, and it seems very obvious. I just basically need a better build and to retweak my build.
No, you don't need a better build. You don't need a better build. Again, you can do it. You can do it on that character. You can absolutely do it on that character. Absolutely, you can do it on that character. Bro, without you can do it. You can do Shaper on a build that has 50k DPS. Okay, let me tell you, because I've done it.
But that being said, there's a lot you can do, kind of in your own way. And I don't actually think, after playing this game as far as I did, that the drop-off on bricking your character is as bad as I thought. I think my character was, you know, helped out by the fact I had chat sitting there kind of giving me advice, etc. So some people may get punished harder. But there are multiple styles of game modes, like the Blight game mode, that you can find that kind of regardless of how you ended up fucking up your character, you can still find a way to progress. And you can use the currency you get to buy basically refund orbs that then you can use to refund your skill tree, and you can rebuild your character if you need to. So it's actually, on retrospect, not quite as bad as I was originally thinking. So all of that to show you some examples of what I've been doing. So what do I actually think about the game? What is my now impression of the game after having played it? The game is like...
Don't fuck it up. I mean, I'm not worried, but okay, you better watch yourself, Dean. You better watch yourself. All right, you're about to. Okay.
A solid 8.5, 9 out of 10, in my opinion. It's very good. The only reason I won't give this game like a 10 out of 10 and be ranting and raving about being the best game ever made, etc., is because there is some things, not necessarily in the game, but outside of the game that are required if you really want to go to the pinnacle of the game. And again, you don't really have to push the pinnacle of the game. I've gotten decently far with only really help from chat, and they tend to argue with each other, so half the time it's not even useful anyway. But I've gotten decently far, enough that I feel decently satisfied with my first run of a character, while not really following any of these major guides or anything. However, there are a bunch of tools that definitely make your time in the game significantly better, so it does kind of make the barrier to entry to the ultimate in-game fairly high, which is one of the issues. For instance, it is.
You don't need to do you don't need to be doing the ultimate in game. As long as you're enjoying yourself. You're like, bro, you can just literally do just to that Kataba, and if you enjoyed yourself, that's a W.
Very difficult to tell what your items are worth when you receive one. If I wanted to know what this item's worth, I would have to download a program called Awaken PoE, which then will show you what the price is.
Hot take, chat, but Uber bosses aren't even good. They're not even good. Like, if you're like, I need to kill all the Uber bosses. No, you don't. No, you don't. Literally, the game peaks. The game straight up peaks at just the normal in-game bosses, like just killing Exarch, killing Shaper and Uber Elder and stuff like that. It peaks, and then it's still, you know, don't get me wrong, there's still more shit to aspire to. There's still more things to do, but the fact of the matter is that the game, in terms of like for what it is and how well the boss is designed and how they feel and everything, it's peaking at the non-Uber. Okay, straight up.
Are of these items, you know, using sort of the API of the game. I'll go in and take a look, okay, where are these currently being traded with, etc. That way I can know. And you kind of have to do this with most of the items you get if you don't know what you're doing, which can take some time. There's also this application, which is Path of Building. This is a very useful application that will help you immensely with your build. Effectively, what you can do is you can import your build for your characters. So I have my level 91 here, and I can import my skill tree, my passives, my items, all of that types of things. And I can go back and actually look at the skill tree here, and what it's going to do is it would tell me when I hover over something exactly how much it's going to approve or degrade my build, which is immensely important so you don't make those mistakes like we were talking about earlier. Very useful tool. However, even though I knew it was going to be useful and everybody and their mom was telling me that you need to install this tool, you need to understand it, everyone uses it, and it's how you make your character good, I didn't want to, because all I wanted to do was play the game, which I think is a perfectly reasonable way to play the game.
You don't need a POB. You don't need a POB. Look at my character. He's popping off. Don't even need the POB.
Most people that download the game, when they're just starting the game, they're not into the game so much that they want to download 3, 4, all these different programs to understand trade values, to understand how to build your character, you know, etc., without literally ruining your character for you. A lot of people just don't want to do that because they're trying to play the game from the beginning. So that can be a barrier. I'm not saying it's impossible, and I know the PoE people would push back and say, no, it's really useful. No, that it is really useful. But for the people that just download the game, they just want to try a game, trying to get these people to install modifiers, add-ons, as well as these additional programs, which in my opinion are probably badly needed to make sure your in-game experience is enjoyable and to make sure you don't make these mistakes.
It's nice. It's nice. It's like, okay, spamming like a tree and then realizing you gotta regret back and then realizing, oh fuck, I should have paused this way and then regretting that way, versus just like having this tool where you could plan the change you're gonna make, check them, double check them, and then you can respec it whenever you fuck it up, and then you be like, all right, go, and then you can do it in the game. It's just a nice way of planning, right? And then it's also, if you've got two things and you're like, well, this is similar, that's similar, what is the actual better option when there's two very close options, and you can figure it out very quickly.
And the problem is the mistakes you make in the beginning do tend to bite you in the ass later in the game. So the earlier you get these programs, the better your experience would be. These are going to be the barriers to entry in the game, which seems consistent with my original impression of the game, which is that if you can push past the barriers to PoE, the things that make you not interested in the game, and you force yourself through those, then the game continually opens up to you and becomes a better and better game. That is continually how I feel about Path of Exile.
True.
It's a phenomenal game. It is a extremely deep game that has a ton of content that will fit your playstyle, your thematics, exactly the type of even game modes you want to play. You can make the character exactly what you want, which is really cool in an ARPG world that makes you typically think. Everyone tells you Path of Exile, you have to copy these builds and all that, which you kind of do. But
no, you don't! Oh, sorry. Dude. See, I want you to get Darth Microtransactions chat and tell them to fucking shut the fuck up. To be fair, it's not even just DM's chat. They need to tell the PoE community to shut the fuck up. You don't need POB. You don't need to copy a build. You don't need to do any of that shit. You don't. His build isn't 0 damage. He's not slow as fuck. He's not okay. No, all the shit that you're telling him, it's just not. Dude, if I fucking make a character and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be a two-handed axe guy and I'm gonna go bleeds, and you just pick the nodes on the tree that say bleed damage, bleed chance, and you fucking you put on a slow hitting slammy attack. It doesn't matter. It's Sunder, EQ, whatever the fuck. Your character is going to do damage. It's going to work. It's gonna do like enough damage. You're gonna pop off. Okay, all this dude. It's not even the game's not telling you to do it. It's like you can just do that and it'll work. You don't need POB to figure out these minor upgrades and things. You don't need to do it. I don't know where this mentality came in or why it's a thing, but it's just.
Kao duhe, gdje si, Zagore? Kako na poslu? A?
Kući sam.
Ne, pitanje je bilo kako na poslu. Nisam rekao kako je, kako je kući.
Kako dosadno.
Dosadno.
Not required.
Ima neki tweet koji je Krajtek izbacio, samo nemam pojma šta im je to. Postavljeno će biti neki dev stream skoro. Kakva glupost. Padala kiša kod vas juče?
Nije.
Ali grmela?
Jes.
Kod nas je palo nešto sitno. Ali nije bilo bog zna šta, znaš, opasno. Ne možeš, ovo moraš u startu da budeš prvi. I inače, aj jednostavno ne greši. Gluposti. Tardiram.
Zeke. Welcome to my channel.
Fuck this shit. I give up.
Glad I let that go to voicemail. It was Jordan, and she's pissed.
What did we do?
Taking out Shaw's big news. It's all anyone's talking about. Spotlight's on us now.
Let's make sure it stays there.
Hell yeah.
Hey, coming up on the right.
What are we waiting for? Let's follow it. So, we're really tailing a cop?
What could go wrong?
A lot. A lot could go wrong.
That text say anything about where we're tailing this cop to?
Nope. Guess we're gonna find out. Hopefully not die trying. Hey, it's going into the container yard. Don't know about you, but this doesn't look like the type of place to hand out parking tickets. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop here.
What are they doing?
Looks like our boy just had some keys tossed to him. We go forward, they're gonna see us. Try backing up, go the way we came.
You managed to find out anything about Torres?
Not much. Only she's part of Mercer's unit. They've been doing this shit for a while now. Just lately, it's gotten out of control.
Maybe she's telling the truth.
We'll see. Keep it together! Wonder how you get started doing that stuff.
Money, status.
Sounds familiar. Looks like he stopped up ahead. When we get there, find a spot to park and kill the engine. Easy! We need to be quiet. They'll spot us. Okay, we're clear. Let's go.
You and Lucas speaking yet?
No. We've argued before, newsflash. But not like that. Think it's best I stay away for a while. There's something he's not telling. Something about him and Papi.
I thought those guys were tight.
You didn't live with them. Okay, looks like he stopped again. When we get there, let's park and wait.
Good this, do that. Borat.
I take it that's the stock. Think we're gonna need to put our foot down to follow this one. It's taking a left down that road. Keep tailing, but slow down. Pull up here. Yeah, this totally looks legit.
Let's find out.
The cars in here must be worth a fortune.
I've raced against some of these.
What are they doing here? Holy shit. This is big.
My trunk full of money, big.
That's not... Mother...
Easy.
What the hell?
So much for getting your car back.
Bastards.
You should have seen his face last night when I loaded it on the truck. Thought he was gonna cry.
Frank would have loved that.
Okay, I'm with Torres. Screw Mercer. This needs to stop.
If we're doing this, we need a plan.
We'll figure something out.
Bum, 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 bum.
And I think it's like, because they say like, oh, you need to kill all the Uber in-game. You need to do all this stuff. No, you don't. If you're like, bro, if your character's getting into yellow maps and you're popping off and you get into red maps and if you're able to like fight Shaper and try to be, you can almost beat him. That's awesome. And then imagine how good it will feel to beat him. It should feel amazing. It shouldn't be like, oh wow, that's kind of shit though because I should be killing the Uber Shaper. No, dude, not at all. Not at all.
But the game's not really copy-paste. I would actually argue a lot of people's experiences are very different from other people. It's both because of the game mode they choose to play, like solo self-found versus just standard game mode, you know, like the Iron Man type of style. What kind of drops they got along the way. You know, maybe they got more currency than another person. What little modifiers in their build they decide to change. A lot of people might use a build guide, but I don't think everyone necessarily always does it in the same way. So it actually might be a little bit more of a unique experience per person than some of the other ARPGs in which there's not a lot of modifiers to change, so there's not a lot of opportunity to have your character sort of identify itself differently out of the pack. To put it shortly, Path of Exile requires a lot for you to ultimately get ultimate satisfaction out of the game. But because it requires a lot, that is a symptom of the fact that Path of Exile has a lot going on. And that's what you want in a game, like I've said before. You want a lot going on because you want to spend a lot of time in the game. Very rarely do people pick up an MMO style game like this and think, I want this game to end as soon as possible. Path of Exile does not do that. It offers something for people that want to continually play the game, and I think I will come back to Path of Exile and play it effectively every season. They will be live streaming Starfield, as I'm extremely excited to play.
Speaking of games that you want to like just fucking end as soon as possible, dude.
Starfield, you can find the link to that down below, and that's my feelings on Path of Exile. It's a great game with a great community that I will probably be playing every season launch from now on.
Default bad. It makes sense that you're gonna switch into PoE every season, bro. It makes sense. And it's a fucking great game. And he's got so much, bro. He's got so much. The fact that he's just been spamming bladder maps only, and he really hasn't like got into it hardcore or whatever. I mean, bro, he's got so much shit to enjoy. No, 100%. Chat, you don't need POB. If you fucking like Soul Ring, okay, and you just pick a fucking occultist, you pick the chaos damage node, the wither node, and you pick the fucking curse. Okay, you pick the chaos nodes basically, and then you go on the tree and you type chaos, and you click all the chaos nodes, and you pick the wither nodes. Guess what? Put that shit on a 6-link, and you complete the entire game up to... Okay, now, I'm not saying Ubers, right? Because Ubers, you shouldn't be looking that. That should not be a part of the scope. That is some extra shit they added in for broken meta shit, okay? The best parts of the game, you can engage with. You can go to red maps. You can do red maps. You can do all the endgame bosses. You can farm out all the shit. That works. And you can have a fucking amazing time, bro. You can have an amazing time. That's literally the best part of the game. Like, in terms of peak content in PoE, the fact of the matter is, the best shit is the beginning when you start a character and you just first get to maps and you're just doing your lab and your build's starting to come online. Then, you know, you're progressing and you hit red maps and you start, like, popping off. And then you start killing those first endgame bosses. Like, that's when it's the best, in my opinion. That is the best part of the game. Now, this is obviously, this is subjective, but for me, I just love that. Dude, I love the feeling of it. I mean, why do you think Mathel does it over and over again? Why do you think Mathel keeps making new characters? It's because it's like, oh, you have an idea for a build, you have a concept, you're like, this will be cool, I'm gonna use this item with this fucking ability, and I'm gonna use that, and it's gonna be a lot of synergy, this should be cool. And then he tries it out, and he just fucking logs in, does a real rough POB sometimes, whatever, and he just goes. And it's just fun as fuck. And that's the best part of PoE, is having an idea for a build, having an idea for an archetype, and just logging in and playing. You shouldn't be doing the shit where, oh, I need to follow a build guide. I have to play a build that does 50 million DPS. Which has been literally min-maxed and being played like 500 times, and it's entirely solved, and everything's subbed up. I'm just copying and pasting from a guide. No, you are deleting the best parts of Path of Exile, in my opinion, to do that. And you're skipping past the fun part. You're trivializing all the actual, like, good bosses, which are like Shaper without all the fucking 500 beams. You're skipping past all these fun things. Like, look at my Shaper this season. That shit was crazy. That shit was straight up harder than my Uber Shaper that I did the last league. And it's just because it's relativity. It's relativity. And this is what I'm trying to say. This whole fucking gaslighting thing, when I see Darth Micro getting gaslit by his fucking chat saying he needs to follow a build guide, his build shit, you need to be doing 50 million DPS, you need to be fucking, like, obliterating Uber bosses from the game to truly enjoy the game. It is the most brain dead and toxic logic I've ever seen in my fucking life. Okay? And I don't like it. Alright, and the community, the PoE community who are doing that shit, you need to stop. You need to stop.
Because he is.
God gamer. God gamer. God gamer. God gamer. God gamer.
Alright, let's just jump right into it. Liza P, first playthrough. I'm using basically Dragoon. Hard parry. I don't know this weapon in chat. Oh shit.
Oh.
And now
The stage is set.
is set.
Holy shit. Phase 3. Hello? Where's the loot?
I want to go back to the old craft. The old me.
It's okay.
Before the greed overtook me.
Phase 3 would have been Todd Howard. Yeah, me too. Before the greed overtook me. One sec, I need to slam out. What did it say? 9,000.
The cathedral. It seems nowhere is safe now.
Yeah,
Maybe
Redcord.
those who went there seeking refuge became monsters somehow. But the petrification disease turns you to stone, not into a monster. I'm worried about the Malam district, just below the cathedral. I wonder whether there are monsters there, too.
Level up. Is this already the end of the game? I don't think so. Whoa. Honestly, I feel like you have a ton of health. Like, I feel like 20 is like overkill. Well, we'll pump it. We'll pump it, dude. This is Eliza Todd. Thank you, Nekuja. Thank you. Oh yeah, Twitch is the best for that.
Oh, it's you.
Who's here?
This hotel is indeed a refuge from the dangers of the outside world. I am the Hound, a descendant of the city's most aristocratic families. Repaying debts is what we nobles do. Anyone with a worthy spirit is especially welcome. Accordingly, I shall give you the honor of laying eyes upon my treasure.
Oh, shit.
However, you must prove your worthiness. For this legendary treasure, the ergo of a powerful enemy shall suffice. It's up to you if you want to make the exchange. Take your time to admire it. I've certainly done likewise.
So, there's a chance of none being consumed when using pulse cells. Holy shit. A chance? Trident of the Covenant. Oh, it's basically Dragoon. Lies of Todd. Well, there's the guard parry again. Oh, this seems pretty good. The Nameless One's amulet. This, honestly, I don't know. I don't know, fellers. Has anyone tried this weapon in chat? Oh, one sec. Beep. Boop. Yeah. The amulet does seem way better. I'm getting this. I mean, but what's the chance, though? That's the question. Might be a sick chance. Nothing beats that green. Oh, Palgor, you are like brain dead, dude. I'm banning you. You can appeal if you want. Oh yeah, we need one more caliber. Flame explosion. Oh, I wonder if we could create a new one. He was just saying stupid shit. I want to get this one. Maybe I should just make it. Oh wait. Legion plug. This one seems amazing.
The house of an...
Work? Oh! Finally!
At the house of an...
1,500.
At the house of a...
Boing and boing. Wait, that blitz... Wait. I hope that's what I think it is. Oh, wait, yeah, I can just switch it. I see. Yeah, they're doing the dumbass, like, buy the deluxe edition for a bunch of extra money and get the game early access. It's really stupid. Yeah, the music is good in this game, too. Everything's good in the game. I think this is actually, like, my favorite non-Souls, or non-FromSoft Souls game. Not kind of like Neo and stuff, obviously. I will play this more tomorrow, though. This game's awesome, and I feel like we made a lot of progress. I feel like we're going to beat this tomorrow. How many chapters are there? Oof. That boss fight was sick, though. That boss fight's really cool. I'm sort of sad it bugged out. It's one thing to use a summon. I know that's against... By the way, if you are against using summons in a Souls game, if you ever play Resident Evil and use anything other than the pistol and knife, you're in the same fucking boat as those people, so just letting you know. Yeah, I'm tired. Average game is 30 to 40 hours. Holy shit. It's longer than I thought it was. Look at this. It's hot in here. It's hot as hell. Alright, I'm gonna look for someone to raid though, guys. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure to follow the channel. If you want to follow me on social media. Yeah, what do you think?
Mind in my bubble. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. One of my
Welcome
kids is
to my
home
channel.
today because they didn't have school today. Isn't that great?
Earth's atmosphere gave... In Starfield, Earth has seen better days. A little over 100 years before we explored the settled systems, Earth's atmosphere gave up the ghost. It started sputtering out into the reaches of space, making the planet uninhabitable. We can still find some minerals, resources, and even water on the third rock from the sun, but though the planet has turned to a barren wasteland, it doesn't mean that that is all we can find. If you find yourself at a bookstore like Sinclair's Books in Aquila City, you can read all kinds of stories from Earth's past. And some of these can even give the spacefarer clues on where to find humanity's last remnants on the planet. Reading the book Oliver Twist will give us a lead on a London landmark. This location will now show up on your map when viewing Earth, and we can land here. The London landmark consists of the Shard, a massive skyscraper, and the scale in Starfield is truly incredible. We can find a snow globe resting just outside the old building, and this is our souvenir for visiting the location. This seems to be the theme, as when we read the book, The Ancient Civilization of Egypt, we will get the Cairo landmark. Traveling to this location will bring us to the remnants of the pyramids, and just like London, we can grab a snow globe for our troubles. These are the only two I can find so far, and the books to trigger the quests should be at Sinclair's in Aquila City. So get out there and keep searching for our earthly treasures through every book you can find. In New Atlantis, if we head to the mast building and take the elevator to the president's office, we can find a book lying on our table just waiting to be read. This book is called Our Lost Heritage, and it covers some of the architectural wonders that used to exist on Earth. After reading it, we will get a lead on a New York landmark on humanity's old stomping grounds. Landing here, we see the Empire State Building, an absolute unit of a structure and certainly one of the biggest I've seen in Starfield. This is clearly where New York used to be, but this is all that remains of the once bustling metropolis. Of course, we find a delightful New York snow globe here to add to our collection. We can find another book with a good lead inside Mateo's room at the lodge. He occupies the space next to the Spacefarer's quarters, and inside we can find Sir Livingstone's second journal. This book covers bits about the old Apollo missions, so we can now go visit the Apollo landmark on Earth's moon, Luna. This will take us to the Apollo 11 landing site, complete with American flag. It's nice to see that after hundreds of years, this site has been preserved, and the snow globe we find will be a nice souvenir from the infancy of space travel. Earth is filled with remnants of humanity's past in Starfield, and one of the locations the main quest will bring us to is the NASA launch tower in Florida. This massive structure was to be used to evacuate from Earth when the atmosphere began to tear away from the planet. Inside, we can find a cool museum packed with NASA facts and objects, including the Mercury spacesuit, a real-life spacesuit created for Project Mercury, and we can even find one to take for ourselves in the back of the exhibits. Past the museum is an office. We can find the NASA snow globe to add to our collection. Backtracking to the Opportunity exhibit, we can get a lead on the location of the actual rover itself on Mars. Heading to the area, we can find the rover still standing in the Martian desert. On top of its panels, we can discover the snow globe for this wonderful piece of machinery. These snow globes are an absolute blast to hunt down, and the special locations that house them keep blowing me away. Exploring the dust ball that Earth has become in Starfield can be quite daunting. You keep wanting to find one shred of old Earth, but what you usually see is dank caves and sand. Though few and far between, we can still find remnants of the old life on Earth, and we mainly learn about these locations through books. One such book can be found on Saturn's moon Titan in New Homestead. Maurice Leon, the eldest member of the settlement at 96 and curator of the museum here, has seen a lot over his time in the universe, and he has some of it chronicled in a red journal that we can find in a dark corner among the exhibits. Reading Leon's journal will give us a lead on a Hong Kong landmark on Earth, and traveling there we are met with another massive structure. This is the International Commerce Center, which stands at 108 stories in this barren wasteland. Every time I find one of these locations, I am genuinely taken aback by the sheer scale of the objects. Of course, we can find a lovely snow globe to take back home with us, but this isn't the only location in this general area on Earth. If you find a copy of the book Essentials of Modern Macroeconomics, we will get a lead on a landmark in former Shanghai, China. Arriving here, we are greeted by the Shanghai Tower. This 128-story building was the tallest in China before Earth's atmosphere jetted into the reaches of space. The tower is certainly one of the most unique structures we can find, and the snow globe that rests just at its base is a fantastic reward for our troubles. Amongst the dust and rock that Earth has become in Starfield, many still tell stories of the long-lost landmarks from humanity's past that remain on its surface. Though the planet's fate is all but sealed, finding these relics of the past, while haunting, can be comforting at the same time. It seems we learn about each of these locations from books. Without the knowledge of these past writings, the landmarks would be lost to time. Earth is largely ignored by those who travel the settled systems, as humanity has completely moved on from its first home. One of these books can be found inside a penthouse in Neon. The Price of Destiny will give us a lead on the St. Louis landmark. Arriving there, we can see the iconic Gateway Arc still standing in the sand. At the base, the snow globe for this once beautiful area rests, and we can add it to our collection. In Hopetown, we can meet Ron Hope, who happens to have his family tree in book form sitting on his desk. Reading this will reveal that the Hope family was originally from Los Angeles, and this will give us a clue to check out a landmark in that area. This location is the US Bank Tower and is one of...
Oh, ja.
Spaffa. Welcome to my channel.
Sutruk. Oh là là.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, Ilya.
Dobro. Ja se izvinjam.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my channel.
šta ja stavila ručak.
Evo! Taman sam bio jutros, rodio sam, čala me zove da kuvam mlijeko. Ništa. Stavim, dolazimo.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Star by OK. Welcome to my channel. Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Seeking. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my channel.
You have no idea what's coming, Peter Parker.
Ever since the whole
out there is coming. For them. Stronger.
LA's largest buildings. Just like before, we can find a wonderful snow globe to add to the rest that features a picturesque version of what this city used to be. Moving on from the United States, we can find a book in the Siren of the Stars ship called Race to the Heavens. This will give us a quest to investigate the Dubai landmark on Earth. Once here, we are greeted with possibly one of the biggest structures I have ever seen in a video game. The Burj Khalifa stands at a staggering 2,717 feet, or 828 meters, just over half a mile. It houses 163 floors, and it still stands as an amazing artifact of the past. Dubai also has a...
Did you know that the Estus flask from Dark Souls is actually in Elden Ring? Back then it was a flask of healing, but now it's used as a smoke bomb by the Vulgar Militia. Yeah, so this was probably never meant to be noticed by players, but Elden Ring's Vulgar Militia are actually throwing little Estus flasks. Of course, there's no official connection between the two here, but the model used is undeniably the same model as the classic flask of previous games, as confirmed by Senuo Tante and Great Mighty Pio on Twitter, even if the textures involved are slightly different. If you didn't know, the word Estus likely comes from the Latin Aestus, meaning heat. It's quite fitting for a vessel that literally stores the heat of bonfires in liquid form. Sometimes it feels like an age since I actually delved into Dark Souls lore in any depth, and if you're someone who misses those days, well, I've got a bit of a surprise for you. So, I've just finished narrating over 400 pages of Dark Souls lore from a book called Abyssal Archive, which is on sale now. And you can listen to it in audiobook form if you head to the link in the description. Abyssal Archive is another product from the talented team over at Tune and Fairweather, who created Soul Arts for me last year. These are gorgeous books, housed in a noble blue-slip case and bound in faux Hellkite Drake leather. They just radiate quality. The physical version of Abyssal Archive does command quite a price too, admittedly, but that makes sense when you realize that what you're getting is also years of lore analysis done by Loki, who is one of the best writers of Souls lore that I've ever met. And there's a third book that actually comes with your purchase too. I've never seen anything like this before, but it's a thinner book that folds out into this incredible, expansive world map of Lordran, illustrated in the style of Elden Ring's own map, which is just such a genius idea. I love it. Dark Souls has such an intertwined world, and these pages show that off like nothing else. So, if you're interested in having Dark Souls lore in book form, check the link in the description and go and purchase my audiobook or pick up a physical copy. Speaking of picking things up, Elden Ring added an item rarity system to items found around the world, which allows you to easily distinguish between minor items, regular items, arterial leaves, and lastly, legendary items. But what if there was a fifth rarity? Well, recently, Twitter user Chain Failure discovered this cut-dropped item effect, a reddish-orange glow that extends really high into the space above it, meaning it would be pretty hard for a player to miss any item with this glow. Now, items with this effect obviously don't appear anywhere in-game now, but that raises the question, if this effect had been left in-game, what item would this glow be used to represent? Personally, I think this effect might be able to create a great For one, the runic symbols above it look a little bit like those of the represent the greater wilderness lineage. As well, crystallized shards that appear around sites with grace. Finally, as consumable runes grow in power, they seem to take on this which is a similar glow to this kind of effect. So if I had to guess, I think this special effect might have once been used to represent a great rune. At one point, perhaps, great runes were something picked up in the old, but maybe those who pivoted away from that eventually and made these physical representations of them instead, because that would explain why this effect isn't in the game. What do you guys think? I can't think of many outcomes worthy of such an aura, especially since that aura seems linked to the Elden Ring and its shattering. But maybe I'm wrong, and this represents something else important. A legendary arterial, perhaps. And number 4, many of Elden Ring's weapons are, of course, inspired by equivalents to the real world. But one you might not have expected to be real is this, the Arumi. A weapon that traces its origins back to the Indian Iron Age. While Elden Ring's Arumi is a whip made out of the liquid metal of a
Welcome to my
silver
channel.
the Indian Arumi
Nalaga problem Steamu Bradalai Sumi Nalag Koji Je Bio Hakovan Zamasli Pramanyan Ibraje Telefona Iadrisa Samo username Je Ostio Iski.
Allegedly, this weapon was supposed to be handled like a flail, and while the light blades made it much lighter than a flail, the Arumi required the wielder to be extremely dexterous and control momentum with each swing, with techniques including many spins and agile maneuvers. Records show that these long-reaching spins made the weapon particularly well suited to fighting against multiple opponents, though I'd wager that the wielder was a danger to themselves as well. It's quite an invention, nonetheless. Speaking of inventions, did you know that Elden Ring supposedly has its own genius inventor? And while their identity is supposed to be a bit of a mystery, I think we can safely guess who it is. So, the pulley bow and pulley crossbow read as follows. This weapon utilizes a series of pulleys and strings. The complex
Ali Bradalai Sumi Nalag Teko de Dobro Sam Frozeo Stadio Sam Preteska Lozing Ova Put Ha 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 Smijem Se Naglas Sinas Kogi.
Pa jebi ga, treba odmah to uraditi.
Few characters we know can be classified as genius practitioners of Golden Order fundamentalism. Radical would properly qualify, and Goldmaster would too, especially considering his mathematical genius. I personally think is the genius in question, who crafted pulley weapons, because Mikola wasn't just proficient in Golden Order fundamentalism, he was also noted in other areas of the law as an expert craftsman. Garrett was a true artisan with his creation of the Gold Leaf. Now we have the pulley weapons, which themselves Carrying this logic further, I'm realizing that it's also now possible that Hero's spectral steel fingers too. It's described as a delicate goldwork ring. It's visually striking, and it doubles as a finger whistle, which is pretty genius. We also recently speculated that Mikola might be the owner of Torrent in my video on Elden Ring's upcoming expansion, and I reckon the fine craftsmanship of this ring might validate that theory a little bit further. Looking back, it's amazing how present Mikola has been without him physically appearing yet at all. Mikola's character is far more fulfilling than the cut content of the game, where he has dialogue, items, weapons, and more. I'll personally be looking out for a lot of this cut content to return in Shadow of the Erdtree, and he's not the only cut character we'll be looking out for.
G Malata T Ius Memeru Barrage Minis A Romini Snatched
She was apparently once an alchemist devoted to studying. As the story goes, she witnessed the discovery of the cracked crystal tear, which is that tear you can put into your flask of first physical explosive results.
Ovo što si malo pre video, na ovo postolje bio je samo jedan slot.
this crystal tear had spawned a new, dangerous school of thought. The cut item description states that she was
Treba da budu dva postolja, prazna.
This is a cool description, and I'm sad that it was lost. Props to Sekiro Dubi, who translated and restored this description from the Brazilian Portuguese closed network test files. So, Estelle is a French name, derived from the Latin stella, meaning star. And when it comes to From Software's games, it's always a good idea to look at the etymology of names to see if there isn't a little more information. For example, when it comes to Mikla, Mikkel is an old English adjective embodying an abundance or great magnitude of something, which ties in nicely to cut content regarding Mikkela's relation to age and abundance, to contrast to Sister's affliction of rot and decay. The name Mikla also appears to be a version of the name Mikkel, which in turn is borrowed from Hebrew Mikael, meaning who is like God, perhaps alluding to Mikkela's relationship to man. His status is a hero.
I am off, must learn from scripts, it's a difficult one, cheers.
Treat these discoveries
follow
with skepticism.
Well,
if you look at From Software's
carry on with studying. Good luck.
It's clear that they do take etymology into account sometimes. For more examples, go and check out Logic's Twitter other Another interesting etymological twist that I recently discovered is the Cathedral of Manus, perched atop the plateau of the Moonlight Altar in Leone. Longtime fans might recognize the name Manus, associating it with the monster whose gigantic hand pulls you into the past in the DLC of the first Dark Souls. And it's that hand that both the monster and the cathedral inherit their name from. Manus is the Latin term for hand, and Celis is a word meaning something related to heavens. Thus, the Cathedral of Manus Celis could conceivably also be known as the Cathedral of the Heavenly Hand, alluding to the position of the two fingers that lurk in the earth. While Rani's two fingers end up for every tomb, there exists another burial site of interest, the stones throw away in Leone. Recently, Twitter user Ashen highlighted to me that an illusory wall past the entrance of the Raya Lucaria Academy reveals a set of 7 sarcophagi that look suspiciously similar to the ones contained within the wandering mausoleums scattered throughout the lands between. Perhaps coincidentally, there are 7 tombs here in Raya Lucaria, and also 7 wandering mausoleums that you can find in the game as well. Alternatively, perhaps the 7 tombs represent the founders, the 7 inspectors, the teachers of the academy, as there are 7 branches that represent each branch, so it's not unreasonable to assume that these tombs would be prepared in the academy, though it's worth noting that the witch Selen still seems to be alive. While the inspectors found this memorialized both there's an close to the base of the it's a single they've been deposited here as an item instead of as a swarm of butterflies as they usually are. Well, this line of thought led Reddit user this name taken to posit that this grave may be dedicated to Melima, given the smoldering butterflies and its out-of-the-way position. This theory builds off my own theory regarding the children of Marika and Radigan. A while back, I suggested that each butterfly item in the game was linked to each child of Marika and Radigan, the eternally young butterfly, the rotten Aeonian butterfly, and the smoldering for Melkor as the kindling maiden. So, of course, I personally love the idea that this could be set near to the base of the earth, commemorate at the same time, it's theory, nowhere near being fact, no matter how much I'd like it to be. Number 11. So, when you explore an instance of Elden Ring's world, there is about a 0.5% chance that any lesser enemy will spawn with the golden eye effect, and a 1% chance of imposing enemies. But did you know that this effect can also appear on enemies that don't have eyes? At any rate, it can appear on enemies that don't have eyes. Take the jellyfish, for example. Despite not having any obvious eyes, the golden glow can still appear on 4 spots around their body. I wonder, are there any other eyeless enemies that this effect appears on? Number 12. So when you usually use a weapon skill without the required stat, or FP, the skill will often still perform, just without as much damage or special effects. So in the case of the Unvoid balls, From Software couldn't still have them shoot bubbles. That wouldn't make sense with no FP or the faith for the weapon. So what's funny is that their solution is this, a pathetic hollow air sound instead. Number 13. So it's been long known that Miyazaki is a big fan of tabletop games and the worlds they're in. For example, an old Rolling Stone interview conducted near the release of Dark Souls 3 notes that Miyazaki has a copy of Sorcery in his personal library. This gamebook, published in 1983, takes the reader on an adventure through its world as either a warrior or a wizard, and it's clear that Miyazaki, or at least the design team on Elden Ring, was inspired by this book on some level when designing their most recent title. The smoking gun is this, a character called the Sightmaster Sergeant, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. Not only is the eye symbolism shared by the two extremely relevant, but he's actually standing in the exact same, very unique pose that Gideon Ofnir is in when he confronts you towards the end of the game. I always thought Gideon's arrogant pose here was pretty ridiculous, to the point where I was wondering what the team was trying to convey when this pose. So it's actually pretty satisfying to realize that it was a reference to Gideon's origins all along. Since Gideon was clearly inspired by sorcery, I believe that the Flame of Frenzy was likely inspired by the book as well. In a previous version of Elden Ring, Kale was known as the Red Eyes merchant. The Flame of Frenzy was known instead as the Those Red Eyes. Well, in sorcery, there are those known as the Red Eyes of Kale, who open their eyelids. The story goes on to explain that these eyes of these creatures continually emit beams of searing heat, burning anything they look upon. It probably goes without saying that, yeah, the red eyes of sorcery and the red eyes of Elden Ring sound extremely similar. This next secret comes to us from Loki, the author of Abyssal Archive, which I showed off.
What is the
Again, please check out that book after this video is done.
Tell me.
In this book, Loki has a section where he talks about how Sith, the Scaleless Dragon, was embraced by royalty. That's how Dark Souls puts it, but the phrase, embraced by royalty, doesn't actually give us the full picture. To understand properly, we need to understand what the original Japanese version of Dark Souls says about Sith, and the cultural context of the words they use. The Japanese text for Sith uses the term Gaiseki, which refers specifically to family of the king's mother, consort, or princess. In other words, the Japanese text makes it clear that Sith married into an Olmondo royalty through a woman of Gwyn's kin for political benefit. Something that would have been more obvious to a Japanese Dark Souls player, but not to its English counterparts. Gaiseki actually shows up again in Elden Ring as well, when used to describe Rani, Rykard, and Radahn becoming demigods when their father Radagon married into Marika's family. Interestingly, while the word Gaiseki has historically been used to refer to marrying into a male king or emperor's family, the kanji isn't inherently gendered, so Elden Ring is able to gender flip this term to apply to the relatives of Queen Marika instead. And that's it. Thank you for watching. Again, please check out Abyssal Archive.
Real Mercy, if you want to hear me go, welcome to my channel.
Or check out the physical book if you want to enshrine Dark Souls.
Spaffa. Welcome to my channel.
I believe you are against. You will. Unfortunately, I can't tell this. It is poisoned. Naturally, before Nerudis. I do not know to navigate the if I jump, put Teleroth, even the most, it is a super. There is no need. But you and you are the first. You will find Talrotha in his chamber. His echo is all that matters.
Lies of P.
Alright, what's going on, guys? Lies of P has been one of my most anticipated games of the last year, and I bought the deluxe edition in order to get early access, and I've been playing the game almost non-stop since it went live 2 days ago. And I have a lot of thoughts to share about this game, but overall, I've been having a fantastic time with it. The game is very good. The setting is captivating. I'm constantly intrigued by not only the story, but the character quest lines we're finding throughout the world. There's a lot to love here, and for the most part, I do love it. But as I've been playing, there are some very glaring issues that have come to light that I just feel I have to talk about. On one hand, to make you, the consumer, aware so that you can expect these shortcomings and know how to adapt to them to make your gameplay experience better, and to also provide feedback to the developers so that they either update these things or know that Souls fans are finding issues with them for their next installment. But before we get into that, if you're new around here, we cover all things Soulsborne, Souls-like, and From Software, so if you want to stay up to date on these games or enjoy the lore or general discussion, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And now let's get into it. Before I dive into what the big problem with this game is, let me preface the discussion with a few things. Lies of P was created by the studio NeoWiz, a South Korean developer, and one thing to keep in mind is that this is their first attempt at the Souls-like genre, and for their first try, it is a very good one. So even though I'm going to be frequently comparing this game to games like Bloodborne or Elden Ring, it is
I think this is one of the best Souls-like games that's come out. All things considered, yeah, I think it's one of the best ones.
Important to remember that they don't have the decades of experience that From Software does. In addition to that, in order to understand my criticisms with the game, we need to also understand the intended way to play it. The inspiration for Lies of P's combat is Bloodborne, and it draws many of its core elements from that game. We have a sidestep dodge while locked onto a target, charge like R2 heavy attacks, a rally system to regain health after blocking an attack, and get heavy damage from a visceral attack. And the one key purpose behind all these elements in Bloodborne was to stay toe-to-toe in combat, and Lies of P appears to encourage that same playstyle. As I mentioned, one of the main combat features is the rally system, where you can block an attack in order to take chip damage, and then experience a brief window where you can attack the target in order to get that health back.
I really like that with Elden Ring, or sorry, with Bloodborne, and I like that with Lies of P a lot too, where like you can block, and if you fuck up your block, you can still get the health back.
Also, Fable Arts.
It's kind of like you lose the health, but you can recover it back. It's like being vampiric in a way.
Weapon attacks that can allow you to perform various skills and use a charge of these mini bars beneath your stamina gauge. And these are also charged through attacking targets. We then have your primary healing items, which when fully consumed, allow you to re-earn another one, once again by attacking enemies. And then finally,
again, I also really like that you can return, you can get your last Estus flask back over and over and over just by playing well.
We have the Sekiro-style parry, which can fully deflect attacks, making you take no damage and slightly staggering the enemy. These are all core combat mechanics that you absolutely have to engage with, and all of these encourage an aggressive playstyle. Which brings me to my first criticism. General player speed. It's no secret that the player moves incredibly.
Smart idea, bro. Like, look at that. That is a big boy right there. That looks good.
slow in Lies of P, and this can very much be felt in combat. When you're trying to counter an enemy or dodge an attack, the player cannot perform actions as fast as the enemies can, which often means that if you get caught by one attack from an enemy, you get pulled into a combo of other attacks without enough recovery time to get yourself out of it. And when some of these—
Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't like getting stun locked. I think that if you're gonna hit me with one attack, that's fine, but it feels really bad to be locked in like a frame animation and just continuously get like pancaked over and over and over. It just doesn't feel good.
These major enemies and bosses have anywhere from 5 to 10 sequence-long combos. It makes the player feel as though they don't have the tools to compete, which makes the game in turn feel clunky, slow, and unbalanced. Now notice how I said it makes the player feel as though they don't have the tools. In Lies of P, at least for the first half of the game, they quite literally don't. After you get to the Scrapped Watchman boss and finally defeat him, you'll unlock a new feature called the P Organ. And essentially what this is the player's skill tree. Here you can upgrade your character and unlock new skills.
Yeah, I thought this was
things
cool.
like upgrading the amount of healing items you have, charges to your Fable arts, increased time of enemy stagger, and one that upgrades your dodge. Now in order to unlock these new skills, you have to go into the menu and unlock other upgrades, and these come in many forms. But some of the upgrades that can be found in this sub-menu are very important to making the game feel smooth, such as increased stamina recovery time while attacking enemies. And to purchase these upgrades, it requires a currency called quartz. I'm not entirely sure all the places you can get quartz, but I've noticed them dropping from mini bosses, and I believe in a chest or two.
Yeah,
after defeating the third boss, I had 2 of these quartz, and in order to unlock
like
one
6.
actual skill, it takes 2 quartz. And the skill I immediately unlocked was the ability to chain 2 dodges together. Now the wording when you unlock the ability is that it allows you to perform another dodge in the middle of a first dodge animation, but this isn't quite true. The animation for the first dodge still finishes before you're able to do the second one. What this actually does is remove artificial downtime that's present before you have the skill after a first dodge before you can dodge again. In a game like Bloodborne, that's a feature that the player has immediately when starting the game. Now as I progressed further through the game and beat more bosses, thereby unlocking more quartz, I found that there's yet another dodge upgrade further down the skill tree.
Oh, what's this?
More or you can dodge it. Movement for the first dodge still finishes before you're able to do the second one. What this actually does is remove artificial downtime that's present before you're able to animation. You unlock the ability is that it allows you to perform to chain 2 dodges together. Now the wording when you unlock the ability is quartz, and in order to unlock
like
one
6.
actual skill, it takes 2 quartz. And the skill I immediately unlocked was the ability to chain 2 dodges together. Now the wording when you unlock the ability is that it allows you to perform another dodge in the middle of a first dodge animation. But this isn't quite true. The animation for the first dodge still finishes before you're able to do the second one. What this actually does is remove artificial downtime that's present before you have the skill after a first dodge before you can dodge again. In a game like Bloodborne, that's a feature that the player has immediately when starting the game. Now as I progressed further through the game and beat more bosses, thereby unlocking more quartz, I found that there's yet another dodge upgrade further down the skill tree.
Oh,
and what this one allowed me to do was roll out of being stuck on the ground. In this clip here, you can see that my player—
I didn't get that one because I assume that, like, if I get knocked down, just kill me.
Gets smashed to the ground, and during the animation of getting up, I don't have the ability to control my character, and I'm stuck in a combo of hit after hit until I die. And the ability to roll from the ground is yet another basic movement ability in the Souls series and Bloodborne. Now the skill tree continues for a while, and I've only seen the first 2 movement upgrades. Now by assuming that this trend continues, by the time we unlock all the upgrades and get to the end of the game, the vast majority of the clunky feeling is going to be gone. So the problem here is that basic movement features that the player needs in order to survive the game are locked behind the skill tree. And since quartz is so rare and hard to find, if a player does not immediately invest in the dodge upgrades, they are at a significant disadvantage. Unable to—
I think it's always really hard to know how to balance and lock players out of mobility and like functionality upgrades, because like in some games it feels good, and in some games it doesn't. Like, for example, in Blasphemous 2, it felt pretty good getting the dodge, the double jump, and the dodge in midair, right? It did really feel good. And then, but the problem is that, like, before then, there wasn't any bosses that I really felt like I needed that for. It wasn't that hard. But the difference, I think, with Lies of P a little bit is that a lot of the bosses can be like really punishing, and especially mini bosses can be really punishing. and you feel like you don't have the tools to deal with them. And I think that feels really bad.
Perform movements that are present from the very beginning in many of the game's competitors. So it creates an unnecessary sense that the game is clunky, poorly balanced, and feels like molasses, when in reality the player simply hasn't unlocked that upgrade yet. And the thing is, I actually want the other
locking, again, like locking playability and things that feel good to play behind like getting past a certain point in the game, it can feel really bad. And like you compare that, for example, with like Elden Ring, where like you get the horse really fucking early, right? You get the horse within like an hour of playing the game.
Upgrades in the skill tree, but I feel that if I don't unlock the dodge upgrades, the game is going to be much harder than it needs to be. Now what makes this much worse is that the player has zero poise whatsoever. Every single hit, no matter from what enemy, will stagger you out of a move. Even a fully charged Fable Art can be interrupted from the most basic attacks. And what
It's not always true, but in general it is true.
Does is create more downtime in combat, where the player cannot input any controls to the character if they don't have the right upgrade. And there's one more thing that goes along with this. Parry timing feels way too strict in this game, and oftentimes...
Yeah, I would definitely agree that I think that you should have something that allows people to have tools. Because, like, one of the ways that you want to use, like, a heavy weapon is with poise. That way, if you do take a hit, it's not a big deal because you still finish your swing. Because if you have no poise, that's whenever heavy weapons are extremely weak. Poise is like the ability to take damage without it interrupting your animation.
Many of the enemies that have a lot of the long combos lack a sense of rhythm in their movements. What made the parrying in Sekiro so satisfying was that everything had a distinct beat to it. You could parry bosses with a blindfold on simply by the sound alone because you could recognize the cadence. But in Sekiro, the deflect was the primary means of avoiding damage. Now, I don't yet know if there's a skill that upgrades the parry, but at least for the early game, the parry, like the dodge, feels underpowered and underdeveloped. Many attacks hit the player multiple times, so even if you parry the first hit, you'll still get hit again, even during the same animation. And this once again contributes to the game feeling clunky. So here's
I think the way that you handle that, the way I handled that, was you just spam dodge, and it works.
Issue. Lies of P has a combat system that encourages aggressiveness. The game wants you to stay in the pocket and use all of the abilities at your disposal. But the problem here is that all of these abilities feel disconnected from one another, separated by a stiffness that's only removed through upgrades that are locked behind the skill tree. Basic features that are intuitive to players that have played Souls-likes before, that if were present from the beginning, would not make the game too easy, but would instead make it more
like, I find this to be a problem.
If we're present from the beginning, would not make
You are nowhere near the fucking tongue. You are not even remotely fucking close to it. But you're getting hit? Get the fuck out of here.
Game too easy, but would instead make...
Like, look at that. Like, I don't even know, bro. It looks like shit.
And make it more smooth and thereby more fun. And I say all that because this game is a gem. The more I get into it and the more I unlock, it feels better and better. And had I these abilities from the beginning, it would have alleviated so much frustration that initially felt out of my control as the player. Anyways though guys, that is going to pretty much do it for the video today. I really am having a blast with Lies of P, and I do feel it's one of the best Souls-likes we've ever gotten. But I just felt like I had to come on here and talk about these issues to hopefully provide some feedback, as well as awareness to players that are going to be jumping into this game for the first time when it officially releases on Tuesday. But if you're playing through Lies of P, let me know how you're liking it so far, and if you enjoyed today's video, be sure to leave a like on it and subscribe if you're new around here. But with all that, I will catch you in the next one.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see this. These are all concerns that I felt like have been an issue for me too. So yeah, I hope they fix some of this stuff, or at least they adapt it for the next game they make. I think this is really fair criticism. This is a great video. I very much appreciate this. This is a Zyosform video. Does a ton of like Elden Ring, Souls, stuff like that. And yeah, I think it's great. I'm so glad to see this because, as I said, I think it is. I feel the same way he does, right? I think it's a great game, but there are some things that I think are just kind of shitty, you know. Lies of P subreddit will not take any criticism. The problem is that because Lies of P is a Souls-like game, people that play Souls-like games pride themselves on being able to beat the game. So whenever somebody says, hey, this mechanic that makes the game harder is bad, there's never a nuanced conversation about good difficulty and bad difficulty. It's always about the solution is just get good or skill issue. Well, yeah, to an extent, you can overcome bad design, but overcoming bad design doesn't feel as good as beating a game that has good design. You see what I'm saying? So, like, it makes it very hard for people to have, like, honest conversations about these games because everybody is usually trying to jerk themselves off about how good they are at the games. So they're not really talking about difficulty. They're more or less looking for validation that they were able to overcome the difficulty. So that's the way I feel about it. This conversation happening during Dark Souls 1 era, I don't know. I don't get why people expect fair discussion on a specific subreddit. I think people just want to have a conversation and have people agree with them, you know? Not everything that's hard is bad design. Yeah, sure, sometimes, you're right. Also, subreddits for games are almost never negative for the first couple of weeks. Yep, that's definitely true, too. The tongue definitely hit him earlier than it should have. Exactly. And so I think that's also a big issue, right? Is that, like, people aren't looking for honest conversations about these games. They're looking to show off the fact that they're good at the game. And anybody saying that, like, the game is actually problematic in one way or another, they get shit on because it's like, oh, well, it was easy for me, and then, like, the implication is, like, because I'm good at the game, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm really not a fan of that kind of stuff. I think it happens with a lot of games, and Lies of P is definitely one of the same, because it's, like, one of the Souls-like games. What's the difference with bad difficulty and good difficulty? Bad difficulty versus good difficulty. Hitboxes. Let's look at hitboxes. Let's talk about hitboxes specifically. If you are getting hit by a mechanic that your character is not visually in, so you're getting hit by a fire attack and you're out of the fire. You're getting hit by a ground slam and you're out of the ground slam. You're getting hit by a sword swing and you're not next to the sword. All of those things is bad difficulty. But it makes the game harder. It does. It makes the game a lot harder because not only do you have to learn to avoid the sword, you have to learn to avoid where the sword is actually at. But just because something makes a game harder doesn't make it good.
Here they come. Not good. That was rough.
It sure was.
Okay, this is it. Ha!
Brother.
did you know that on this particular exit gate at the GTO mid-plan, there's actually a window on the side? Knowing about it isn't very useful, but the 3 tricks that I'm going to show you throughout this match are quite useful and might actually help you have an easier time in this map. Bonk. Alright, we're going to play him like Hag and put a portal immediately where we spawn. That's the thing you do with Hag. And there's a reason for that, by the way. Like, I thought about it. Like, why do I always put a portal? And why do other Hag players also put a portal where they spawn? Okay. The thing is, the place where you spawn obviously has no survivors. At least for a while, so you're not gonna go there immediately. Probably not for a while either. I heard breathing, actually. So, makes plenty of sense that you might want to trap it for later, because you're not gonna be there in a while. It's kind of free. Alright, well, that's 2 people. Can I get the hit on the second one? Maybe if I play that better? Oh, they'll be hit, sure. Nope. That's not too bad, chat. That's not too bad. We got rid of 2 strong pallets for...
Welcome to my channel.
Damn. Sigma face. Hi, Pingu. Thank you for coming. Toothless, thank you for the 10 as well. Alright, best bird. Oh my god, look at this tracking, yo. She is, it's almost like she has a red arrow on her head.
Glad that's over.
Oh, that was good, but I can body block this now. That's a hit for sure. Nice, look at that. I don't even hesitate. Yo, Predator in this map makes the chases out of the even easier. It's kind of funny. She did drop. Hi, lady. Fanya. Oh, he did the trick? It's not even that surprising anymore. Well, the only surprising part is that I don't get baited into it more often. I don't think survivors would have learned it all about it right now, but I would have missed maybe. Oh, lady. What are you guys doing? Huh? They still had 1 good pallet in this corner. Now, here's what's gonna happen. The other guy that was healthy, Yui, sorry, she's gonna go for the rescue. And I think they're gonna give me a full pass to get 2 people in the basement. How are you gonna deal with that? I hope Yui's like literally running here right now to take advantage of this. If she takes too long, I think it's over. Don't need to worry about flashlights, probably. Yeah, don't corner yourselves. Those 2 people working on a gen injured was questionable. But after that, they could have just run out immediately. They healed. Alright. So everyone hooked once, save for Yui. No one on barbecue and chili, Kappa. And honestly, there's no reason for me to ever leave this place, is there? We know that none of these girls down there have deliverance, because they've never rescued anyone. The only person that's rescued someone is Yui. Now Yui cannot... She heard the teleport and thought I was going away. But it was a bit of a bait. It was just to activate that portal. Hey, yo! Hold up. Hey, yo, that was a 4%. Wait, who did it first? Who did it first? Who did it first? Rebecca. The person that unhooked the other person lost their endurance. Right? The person that is rescued second... that didn't Kobe, that person might have off the record. So yeah. Well, lucky 4%, I guess.
Here we go.
How do some people still bring flashlights? I think they go to the map Nostromo and they can find a purple flashlight in it. And maybe some other stuff. Well, either way, that was good. Everyone injured. 1 person dead on hook. We teleport far away. Use the 5 seconds of stealth to maybe catch them a bit off guard. Wow, impressive. I don't make that. Damn. They give up. Boring. Okay. Well, GG's. Our flashlight's not buyable? They're disabled, chat, because of a bug. That blood right there, chat, you know who that blood belongs to? This blood right here? It's the person on the basement. Funnily enough. We're learning a lot in this match, huh? Lots of strange things happening in this match. Oh man, that's been a bug for such a long time. It's not really a bug. I guess technically the survivor gets pulled through the map, so they just bleed everywhere. But yeah. Would you consider it a bug or a cute little feature?
My channel.
I bet it's confused me at least once or twice, but now I know to look out for it. Dang, fair enough. Good time to drop it. A lot of Stranger Things. A lot of Stranger Things. I didn't really benefit from that at all. What's the locker bug about? That supposedly shouldn't happen anymore, chat. But yeah, it made survivors invincible, essentially. It was not very fun. Unlucky. Would you mind adding a 4th perk into the stream? Seems hard? Maybe, chat. I don't mind changing the rules later. Right now, no, but hold up. Hold up. I can do this, right? I got this. I just need to not. Alright. Don't worry. I got this, chat. Oh, you want me to? Yeah, okay, I'll do it. Drop the pallet now. Drop it. Yeah, drop it. Yeah, drop the pallet. So one little tip if you want to pull this off. If you charge too much, you will actually bump into the wall forward. You don't want to do that. If you do it from too far and don't charge enough, you'll actually fall into the hole. But if you get the sweet spot of charging it just a little from close enough, you can actually kind of steer yourself midair and end up right on top of the loop. Drop it. You dumb. I can't say that word. Bro, what? Oh, you guys don't know the pig bounce tech into top of the loop? That's pretty basic. I'm pretty sure they explained that in the tutorial. Oh, damn. Well, it's a good thing you're watching the stream then. Oh, wow, brave. Okay. Nah, don't make that. Hi, Banshee. Are you doing fine? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. She's made quite a bit of distance. I think MFT, maybe. You got her killed? Yeah, Ada didn't die because of her own fault. She did, you know, she was just doing it for the memes. I appreciate that. This match was hard, but when one of them gave up, then it was completely over. Exigo, thank you so much for the 17. Oh, since we're showing tricks, chat, hold up. What if I show you one more? Right. So I bet most of you already know that if I do this, I can break that pallet, right? If I do this, I'm gonna break it, right? But you don't have to, actually. I'm pretty sure you can... Yeah. You can still do that with any killer by just pressing space as you're falling down. It still starts the animation. It's probably one of the only, maybe the only pallet where you can do that. Hold up. Let's find the last survivor. Oh, never mind. No time. Bluetooth break? Yeah. Well, thank you for coming to our educational the game tour. So, who did I think had MFT, chat? I think it was Ellen? Ellen didn't have it. The Springburst. Good for her. You did. GG's.
Whatever, let's just do it. Number 18, the Rotten Crystal Staff. The mere existence of this vertical descent plane crash of a staff is a symbol of disappointment. It is the ultimate summation of deception, uselessness, and redundancy. We literally see Crystallians in the Halid Tree inflict rot buildup with their magic. Crystal sorceries are underwhelming as is, and adding a tinge of status to them may have been exactly what they would have needed to stand out and perform. So I understand not wanting to add rot buildup to every single sorcery from a gameplay standpoint. That's both excessively overpowered and way too much work, but it actually makes less sense not to give rot status to crystal sorceries with this staff. No, it only counts when you're bonking shit with it. The only advantage this staff gives you is the ability to power stance crystal staves without going into New Game Plus, so that you can double up the bonus on all the massive damage crystal releases shooting into the goddamn floor. Number 17, the Gelmir Glintstone Staff. 80 int and faith and you can't even climb to 320 scaling. What do lava sorcerers even get out of bed for? If we aren't considering what an enormous disappointment the Rotten Crystal Staff is, this is objectively the worst sorcery catalyst. It gives a boost to sorceries that either underperform with the boost or overperform without it. It's only obtainable by farming some of the most annoying mobs the creative team has ever unearthed from the recesses of their fucked up heads, and if you're being outclassed by the Prince of Death Staff, then we're really in bad shape. The only reason I would still rank the Rotten Crystal Staff lower is because at least this one isn't misleadingly bad. At least this one doesn't have a little text blurb at the bottom of the menu that says it deals fire damage when all it does is give the soldiers mildly uncomfortable hot flashes or something. Number 16, Staff of the Guilty. There are few things I personally detest more than brutally great visual design on what's one of the worst weapons you could get your hands on. Come to think of it, there are quite a few of those. Boosting thorn sorceries and having innate bleed buildup when you whack people with it seems like the two greatest reasons this staff should have at least considered dipping its toes into some arcane scaling business. But instead, it only scales with faith. Badly. When comparing staff scaling, this one has a scaling modifier of 2.28, which, don't get me wrong, it's still an S. It's not like it isn't doing work. It's still good. But are you really taking that over the Regal Scepter's 2.88 or Lusat's 3.3? It's actually one of the lowest in the game, second only to the Meteorite staff, which literally can't be upgraded. Whoever the Bloodstar is, it had better start rethinking some of its life choices before the DLC comes out and I start itching for its head mounted on the wall. Number 15, the Digger's Staff. This staff shares the same exact scaling as Staff of the Guilty, only with intelligence. Dedicating an entire catalyst to boosting two sorceries is one of those things I'm afraid to point out, because the DLC can always just add new shit to make me look like a moron. It's not like they haven't done that before, but that's exactly what makes this staff so unappealing. An extra boost to a certain sorcery class is only helpful if I have a variety of choice, and even saying this magic subtype has two feels like a courtesy when one is basically just a more long-winded version of the other. Not that they're bad spells or anything, they're actually quite decent. It's just pointless to have them boosted by a staff with scaling that's easily outpaced by the staff the game literally starts you with. If the boost was actually of any significance, then maybe I'd reconsider, but a meager 20% only brings the damage up to par with what it would be on most other catalysts with better end-game scaling. Number 14, Staff of Loss. No. Stop giving damage buffs to magic types that only have like one reliable damage spell. Stop it. Night Comet is already slanted enough. It doesn't need more damage, it needs a fucking reality check. It needs a bed and a therapist. And shafting the spell buffing this hard on a staff that's exclusively used for casting one spell over and over again only tells me that they have no plans to nerf it either. So take that as you will. It has scaling that beats out the Digger Staff despite it falling behind its 60 intelligence because it has such low base spell power. And it only barely edges past Digger Staff for me because of the downright silencing of human rights that is a 30% damage improvement on Night Comet. If we could pick up two of them in the same playthrough, it'd probably be 15. Number 13, the Prince of Death Staff. Moving on to catalysts with actual utility. Despite it being so powerful, you can't even use it properly until you've run through the game at least twice over. And then it very quickly becomes the only staff capable of handing out damage that contends with the health sponginess of NG+3 and onwards. Split scaling kills this staff, period. It puts this staff in a very awkward spot where its use is entirely determined by where you are in the journey of the game. Specifically, how many journeys you've completed. At which point, build variety is completely stifled by the fact that this staff has objectively the highest scaling when all your stats are as maxed out as they possibly could be. And you solve your smallest problems by laser frying them into ash and bone paste just because you can. There's no real reason to even go for this staff if it's your first playthrough, because chances are you'll have another one somewhere in your pocket that can get to roughly the same or slightly lower spell buffing power without all the stat upkeep. Number 12, the Demi-Human Queen Staff. This might sound weird, but the Demi-Human Staff has a visual design that I actually kind of like, even though I respect it considerably less than most others. A staff that's all elegant and proper feels easier on the eyes than a blood-caked tree branch, sure, but all that really means is there's no risk involved. It may be symmetrical on all its sides, but it still looks like a fucking fence post from Unity Engine's stock asset pool. It's pretty invaluable when you're first starting out because of the low intelligence requirement and high base spell buffing, meaning it's almost always a good idea to at least pick it up. But I'm only ever picking it up with the knowledge that it'll need replacing by the time I get to Altus. Sure, it can outperform most of its competition at the right levels with the right amount of upgrades, but it almost never matters. With early game intelligence, it only starts beating out the Meteorite staff at around +9, at which point your intelligence will probably be high enough to start paying attention to other options with better mid to late game scaling. Meaning, inevitably, it gets replaced either by the Academy staff in the mid-game or Lusat staff of the Regal Scepter in the endgame. So the only case for this staff is just being able to cast low-level sorceries on Faith builds. But Scholar's Armament and Shield both have a pretty astounding amount of value in this part of the game, so I can't in good conscience say the staff is worthless. Number 11, the Glintstone Staff. An astoundingly mediocre 329 scaling at 80 intelligence. It can be dropped by chance by noble sorcerers at Karia Manor. I could say much more about it, but I refuse to put in more effort on this paragraph than the item description does. Number 10, the Meteorite Staff. 18 intelligence isn't a huge deal unless you went Confessor for some god-awful reason, leaving this staff in a mostly accessible spot. It's not really that out of reach from starting position if you don't mind all the red pustulating syphilis on the floor, and it's the only staff with excellent scaling right out of the box. And even at the minimum required intelligence, it still outperforms the Demi-Human Staff by around 12, making it the single best choice for early to mid-game. Its inability to be upgraded fittingly gives it probably the single hardest drop-off in performance the more you upgrade other choices, coming in dead last compared to other intelligence scaling staffs once you hit 80. It's got a really beefy 30% damage boost it hands to all gravity sorceries, further raising the bar on how outrageously stupid the damage on Meteorite of Estelle can climb. But unless you roll everything over to New Game Plus and grab a second one, there's little reason to keep it around. Number 9, Azer's Glintstone Staff. Question: would you pay 50% more for something if they promised they could ship whatever you're buying to your house 2 weeks quicker, but then the more you used it, the more the average shipping time just returned back to normal? You probably wouldn't. In fact, you'd probably start a petition to televise the CEO being eaten alive by wolverines. This is one of many dilemmas of an Azer staff user. Find it in Liurnia, get excited because it's unlike any staff you've ever seen before, and become immediately disinterested in it once you see the stat requirements. Granted, the scaling bonus it gets towards the end game does fare quite nicely, as it surpasses even the Academy staff once you hit 73, but introducing a staff that needs 52 intelligence this early is like giving us a box of donuts without telling us all the filling was crammed into the 2 in the back. It's one of the more efficient staffs regarding spell scaling alone, but the most you're ever going to wring out of your casting speed is at
Bum. Pošto su mutirani u kanalu, a to mi se sviđa. Ja ne bih. Brale, ovo je opasno. Ti si najgori od sve dece, znaš? Pa čovjek ne može ni da ti priča, ne zna kad si tu, kad nisi. Znaš? Ne, ozbiljno ti kažem, ja kad ne mogu da pričam, kad su moji tu i stvarno nemate potrebe da slušate melodramu ovdje raspravljanja, ja jednostavno mutiram komplet i znate da nisam dostupan, ono. Niti slušam, niti mogu da pričam, normalno. A ti si tu, a ono ne zna čovjek da li ga čuješ uopšte. I onda ono većinu vremena, znaš, i ne trudim se da razgovaram s tobom. Jer znam da je nepouzdan. Inače, kupio sam procesor za 40.000. Ne znam zašto je Vlada mislio da želim da uzmem ploču, ali Vlada je vjerojatno to nešto pobrkao u lončić. Možda sam ja greškom postao matičnu ploču sa BIOS-om. Vjerojatno sam teo da... Ne, ja sam stavio ploču da bi mogao poslije da proverim link. Da li je BIOS kompatibilan. I onda je Vlada mislio da meni treba ploča. Ja... Šta će mi ploča? Pa ne mogu kupiti bolju ploču od B550. X570 je glupost. Mislim, glupo mi je što to pričam. Može Kesić da čuje, da skonta da ga je Boris odradio bez veze, ali aj nema veze. Čudno radi, jako. Jako čudno radi. O, no. Mršu pičku materinu. Jao. Znači, double tapovi su. Ovo je bila greška. Sam kreirao sesiju na Nightmare-u.
Zašto Payday 3? Ne znam, meni samo ne sviđa Payday 2 nekako.
Payday 3? Payday 3... Jesi ti igrao onaj demo? Ja jesam. Nešto fali, ne znam tačno šta. Ne znam za Payday 3, znam da je izašao onaj Lies of P. Ona korejska igra.
No. 37.
Šta je 37?
Lies of P.
30 evra? Pa to je nova igra. Ona tada košta 60 evra, a ne 30 evra. Alo? Znaš?
Da smo normalno državi, da.
Pa ti bih hteo džabe, dobro, ajde, stavit ćemo džabe.
A ne džabe,
Ne, znaš šta bi ja stavio? Mesečna renta Steam kataloga ti je 15 evra. Pa instaliraj šta god hoćeš. Igraj šta god hoćeš. To ti je Game Pass, jel tako, Microsoftu? I sad, pazi, ako nakucaš određen broj sati u nekoj igri, developer dobije lovu za to. Sad, da li postoji varijanta da se igra? Zapravo ne postoji varijanta, pošto svaki account koji bi tako iznajmio da igraš, morao bi da platiš 5 do 10 evra. Developeru se ne bi isplatilo da kupi account i da sam sebi bušta veštački broj sati.
Juden.
Ko bi bio to?
Kao Walt Disney se prebudio i gledamo koji su predsjednici kompanija, sve, Juden do Judena.
S druge strane, ima jedan, ne znam da li su radili anime, znaš, crtač, ali to je strip bio, zove se, kako se ono zove, Billy Bat. Ako si čuo za onaj seriju, onih anime seriju, Monster, čudovište. Onome serijskom ubicu, onome, kako se zove, Johan Liber, ili kako se zove. To u suštini kao psihološka horor drama u tom fazonu. Da je glavni lik doktor koji spase život dečaku, a taj dečak postane kao manipulator, serijski ubica, ono kao špijun, tako nešto. Monster, tako se zove. Nema veze sa čudovištima fiktivni, nego, razumeš, u pitanje kao psihološka, ono, psihološka drama, thriller, kako hoćeš. I autor toga je napravio strip, ne znam da li ima anima, Billy Bat. I u tom stripu, ok, radnja je malo kompleksna, ali lik Walta Disneya je zapravo jedan od Hitlerovih oficira koje je Hitler poslao u Ameriku da kao širi njegovu ideologiju putem masovnih medija, znaš, tipa ono, filmovi, crtači, to, znaš. Zato sam se setio tebe, i Walta Disneya, i Jevreja.
Pucalo neke brane u liniju, imamo 10.000 ljudi.
Jedu pičku, lepu, matere. Jedi govna. Marš. Dokle bre ide ovo? Baš u kurac. Helta imaš, majku ti. Uf. 2 Naći vašu.
Holy hell.
Lit. Welcome to my channel.
Brže sam prešao Elden Ring nego ovo, veruješ mi. Za Elden Ring mi je trebalo 100 ili 150 sati da prvi put pređem. Ovo igram već skoro 150 sati, ja još nisam našao sve. Što me interesuje. To je zapravo dokaz da igra ne mora da bude velika kao Elden Ring, da bude open world, da bi ono imala replay value. Podsjeća me više na Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 je bio mnogo teži, na primjer, nego Elden Ring. U bilo kom trenutku. U bilo kom trenutku. Elden Ring kad dostigneš određenu tačku, nađeš određeni oklop ili oružje, igra postaje šetnja kroz park. A u Dark Soulsu 3 čak i kad imaš jako oružje, jak armor, imaš oblasti kojima su protivnici dosta jaki. I skroz je nebitno što imaš od gira. O ne. Vidi kurac.
Oh, what's that smell?
Retail Bonsa. Welcome to my channel. Dyslexic Africans. Welcome to my channel.
Okay. You spin my head round like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Ne, već sam uzeo jedno podneo.
Alright, come and get some.
Šta to? Hoćete vi zeti?
Ostavi ga jedno 10 minuta.
Ostavit ću da se, sad je 7:44, nek stoji po sat.
A nemoj, znači ti se razbljocka. A jedno 15 minuta, da.
Vidit ću. Sad si vidio koliko sladoled ima.
Tu sam, ko ti deva bi...
Hvala. ti.
Mać waszu!
How to get the propulsion loop ring in Remnant 2. This item is located in a hidden area inside the Astropath Respite dungeon within the Root biome. Here you will come across a higher platform after you get up from an elevator, and you can see a purple item laying in the bag. To get here, you will need to certainly not try jumping to it, because you will surely drop to your death. Instead, go back to the elevator you came from, and at the middle of the elevator there will be a hidden area you can go to. And you will also be able to get the low yield recovery ring here. Moving forward, you will encounter another elevator which will move you downward, but we need to go upward.
There's been a situation.
Touch. What is?
Nisi gledao što se radi. Ja razmišljam kako da se ubijem.
Imate neko čuje. Pomisli da si ozbiljan. Da vidimo to. To. Pa... Edo pičku materinu. Magareći.
Great.
Ovaj bacač plamena je takvo suicidno oružje.
Yo, someone sit down on the tree and down and don't you know lost. Fucking sin on. Yeah, no,
Ajde u kurac.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Super.
Meet made of steel.
Da nije opet švedski metal.
Mhm.
Tako mi je zvučalo.
Nemam pane, ne me okreneš. Ne dođeš da kažeš ti pucam u glavu i daj 50 dimena, ja nemam 50 dimena. Plata već potrošila. Ja moram da krenem da se pošlim. Ne vidim više izlaz u ničemu osim da budem neki kriminalac. Ako tebe, evo, državo javljam se, kaži taj treba da se ubije, ja ću ih ubiti samo dajte pa. Ne mogu više. Kako? Pjolo ti ga za 3-1. Ne. Sad ću još.
More bad news.
Aj, pogledaj ovo. Nevjerovatno. Kvak.
Bote, kako su cene jeftinije u Nemačkoj nego kod nas? A neka mi neko objasni.
Čega?
Cene hrane, cene svega.
Ti se preselio u Nemačku, ne znam šta ti kažem.
Preselio u Nemačku.
Znam da jedem govno, ali ono... Ne znam šta da ti kažem drugo. Ako ti je sve jeftinije u Nemačku, idi radi u Nemačku.
Tamo bi imao 4-5 eura platio.
Koliki ste troškovi u Nemačkoj?
Pa maksimalno, pošto bi ja živio ono, malo švedski.
Znam, da, raskalašno, znam. Tebi troškovi bili 2-3 eura, ja ću ti reći. Na 4000
A
evra
opet
zaradi.
ostalo bi mi 2.
Ostalo bi 1000. Mogu da se kladim u pare. Ako bi ti ostalo 1000. Da rasporediš za ono, možda mi treba za nešto.
Ettei mi ole jo näillä maikoilla. Lepo.
Spaffa. Welcome to my channel.
Opa, desi Peđa.
Hello.
Živ li si?
Šta ima?
Ništa.
Kaži te treba Milan počeo da radi, a?
On radi.
A dobro, počeo je...
Je li to vic? Šta radi? Opet neke prevare.
Kamo je ljudi, a?
Opet neke prevare od timačina.
Kuka. Kažem, grafička kartica 40 sam rekao. Nije skupo, nisam ni rekao da sam.
Koliko je skupo?
Ovaj on.
Da odmah kuka. Hoće to neš, pušiš mnogo. Pušiš mnogo Nešo. Nešo pešo. Evo i meni karma.
Instant karma.
Znači Milan radi.
To se valjda može tako nazvati.
Da se čuo ko skeleton, onaj... Da.
Mogu se ti oca.
Kad se deraš, bre.
Da.
Šta je bilo Nešo? Šta je bilo Nešo?
Upalim sebe i mamu im jebem prošle skupo.
Kome? Gdje?
Za Esko.
Esko? Ja to ne bi palio više. Ne znam zašto igraš te igre gdje padaju serveri, ja to ne bi igrao.
Misliš... Skam.
Žnjube. Pa da, brate.
Skam.
Nerealno. Zato više ne igram Hunt.
Pametno.
Što bi igrao?
A što bi igrao, Vlado?
Zato što je toksik.
Brate, zašto ja jedva njega čujem?
Zato što si ga smanjio.
Zato što te omlada.
Aj sad priča. Vladimire. To što? Šta sam teo? Pa, kaži mi Vlado, je li normalno poslije 3000 sati da ja igram i dalje igru, a u njoj sam odradio onaj prestiž 100 i imam skinove pun kurac, da li je poente igrati i dalje igru, zbog nečega. To je super stvar, ti imaš taj osjećaj, a ja više ne mogu da igram Hunt, u tome stvaram.
Koliko sati imaš u Company of Heroes 2?
Koliko sati imaš u Company of Heroes, jeli Vlad?
Čekaj, tad ćemo da vidimo. Ako ga ima na listi prijatelja.
Šta mnogo dugo? Pa jebate, znaš koliko imaš sati u pičku?
Ne znaš.
Ne znaš.
Odeš Steam, Library, home
Eto
i
smiješno
piše
ne
ti 1500, 2000, 5000.
Ma ima 4-5 hiljada sati.
Pa ga ti imaš na prijateljima?
Imam.
Može li da nam kaže Nenad? Mislim, bolje da pitam, da ne bude da je to neki tajni podatak. Može Nenad da nam kaže taj podatak?
5000 sati ako nema ja da nisam ja.
Pa ajde reci nam.
5478 sati.
Ja imam 3500 sati u Huntu i odustao sam od igra, to što ima loše servere. On ima 5000 sati u igri. Pa ja, dobro.
Hello. Šta je mnogo? Koliko tad imaš?
Mnogo je kad tuku. 5000 nešto.
Dobar si, Vlado, odlično si. Taman da te šaljem u...
Off to work.
Palmatiću, može.
Take care.
Šalim se.
Peace.
Za Laza, korektnije, može.